Members of the audience are reminded disruptions will not be permitted while the committee conducts its business. Capitol Police are asked to remove the individuals from the hearing room.
Okay, RFK kills people with AIDS is what. Okay, let me go ahead and
serve access to that same basic health care provided by Medicaid that you benefited from.
That is the design of the Medicaid program.
So do you disagree with the cuts that are being proposed for Medicaid right now?
Oh, the cuts to, whether you're just mouthing, the Democratic talking points, the cuts to Medicaid are for fraud, waste, and abuse. And I'll tell you what that means. It means that because of DOGE, we were able to determine, and it's about 8 million people who would be affected. Because of DOGE, we were able to determine that there are 1 million people who are claiming Medicaid from multiple states. That's illegal. It's theft. You're not allowed to do that. There are another 1 million people who are collecting both under Obamacare and
Mr. Secretary, that has nothing to do with the budget that's
These are
actually
the only
being
cuts that are being
proposed.
made. These are the only cuts that are being made to Medicaid.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. There are another 1 million illegal aliens. We announced a law yesterday, a rule yesterday, we're not going to pay illegal aliens anymore. And guess what Gavin Newsom did this morning? He said, we're going to take all the illegal aliens off the California Medicaid rolls because the feds aren't paying for them anymore. So the compassion ends.
Secretary, let me focus you on the actual numbers of the budget that's being proposed. Secretary, I regain my time. I think what you are saying is absolutely inaccurate in terms of the 13 million Americans that will lose access to healthcare. Let me tell you, the folks in my district are not actually getting Medicaid in another state. They can't travel to get it in another state. The clinics that are providing that life-saving care are the last resort for folks.
Let me tell you the last category. Last category is adults who are able-bodied, who refuse to look for a job, to volunteer, to get a job, or to show that they are inserted, or to take a part-time job.
I agree with them. That is absolutely not true. The vast majority of folks in a community like mine who are on Medicaid are working. They want to work. People want to be able to make sure that
they're in no danger of losing their Medicaid.
So there you go. I don't think that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has ever been a guy that's about money. So why would anyone think that he's, just out there looking to slash budgets? Like, that's just what he wants to do, and he doesn't care if he leaves people behind. I mean, that's never been his MO. That's not what he's about. So to think that that's what the budget cuts would be is just kind of ludicrous. Going on with the hearing, he is questioned by, this one is from Mark Pocan, Democrat Mark Pocan from Wisconsin.
Ma'am, would you like chocolate fudge with your vanilla ice cream? Sir, would you like creme de menthe poured all over the top of your ice cream? Ma'am, do you want 2 scoops or just 1? Let's look that one up for sure. Let me make sure we have the answer. I'll give you my answer right now. I think if you want to buy G-Bucks today to get the warrants, you need to call in to your desk and say, I'm trying to buy G-Bucks, but I'd like to buy it same-day settlement. Because I think today is the record date. But let's try to confirm that as we go. But if today is the record date, you need to buy the stock same-day settlement. Same-day settlement. Same-day settlement. And this is something you can do. You're allowed to do. I want to talk about one thing before I start. By the way, first thing, Ham and I traded phone calls. He may have already had a call, but he called me at 11 and 11:30, and I called him at about a half hour ago. little longer. And we've just missed. So he may come on. He may have already had a call. I don't know. But that's where we stand with that. Then I want to talk about Cindy Lou who in a fit of certainty and outrage, I guess, disconnected yesterday. I think she misunderstands what I'm trying to do here. And I think she also misunderstands who Lou is. I don't think Lou would be bothered at all. I think Lou Bravo was here to help everybody. I think he had a vision. I think he was charismatic. I think he brought a community together. And I think he understood that there's power in a group of people trying to listen and learn how to trade on the market. And I think he looked out for people. That's my attitude. I think he made money on a number of his recommendations. But I also believe that Lou, for all of his awareness, I think he was naive too. I don't blame him on that, but I think he was naive. Where I have a fault is sometimes I get upset. I get angry, to be blunt, and I blame in the moment. I'll blame a CEO. I'd go, why did that CEO do that deal? But I want to be really clear who the enemy is. It's not really the CEO. It's not all of them. It's not really a decision made by Lou. This is a coordinated attack on you as investors. And if Cindy wants to be a victim, she can. She can get emotional and say, oh, blame a dead man and leave in a huff. I would suggest that feels good in the moment, but it's not how to make money in this market. I'm not saying I'm always correct. For example, I believed the gentleman from the American Stock Exchange and his analysis of Logic prior to the separation of the DLQ SPAC from Logic. I don't blame him. I did my own analysis, but it was he who convinced me that this logic made a lot of sense. I also went to New York and met with Brent's son, and I was convinced that Brent was ready to make the appropriate decisions for Logic. Now, Brent had been kicked in the teeth when his company Whalen took a toxic deal. He was then kicked in the teeth when changing the name to Logic. He took a deal from the Neo exchange. He got slaughtered by them, toxic deal. He got kicked in the teeth again when he did a deal with Ionic Ventures, and they slaughtered him again. Although my friend at the Amex was an apologist for the mechanism that Ionic Ventures used, which I think is illegal. But this gentleman worked his entire career on the Amex exchange, and he cannot accept that the market has been corrupted so that what he built all those years no longer exists. I went through that myself too. I came on here a few years ago, and I believe the market still had, as the Amex guy would always say, there's systems in place. I believe there were some systems in place. I no longer believe that. I do not think that Wall Street is set up to protect you, Cindy Lou. That Wall Street is not set up to protect Cindy Lou. Oh God, blaming a dead man. That doesn't help you make money. It might make you feel good, and maybe Cindy Lou's rich. She doesn't need to make money. But I'm not picking on Cindy Lou. I'm trying to point out that's the third time she's given that reaction that I know of. And she's completely misunderstanding what I'm trying to say. Now, when someone comes on here and attacks Ham, oh, Ham made the recommendation on GTII. Why is this any different? I guess Cindy Lou Who's answer is, hey, it's Ham's fault. It is Ham's fault. I don't take it as that's what went on. I think what went on is in the case of GTII, the Kramers, and there's 6 or 7 Jewish investors, and the Kramers are Jewish. Oh, you can't say that, you're Hitler. Well, guys, I am only talking about fewer people that could fit in a VW bus. I'm not talking about an entire race. I'm not talking about a religion. I'm talking about one thing they have in common. Why does that work? I don't know. I don't know. My opinion is this group of men, it's all men, trust each other. Yes, they don't trust each other any more than thieves trust each other, any more than criminals trust each other. But there's an aspect, a supra code. You don't rat on the Jew. You don't rat on the Jew. That might be it. But I don't know. Look, if these guys were all Irish Catholics, I'd tell you that. But they're not. If they were all Nigerians, I would tell you that. But they're not. So people get upset, they get offended, and I get tired of it. Because the one thing is, you don't know me. I am not anti-Semitic. You haven't known me all my life. You haven't known me in situations where, anyway, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about myself. Whatever. I don't care what you think about me. I really don't. But I do know that if you're going to make money in these markets, you have to accept some truths about the market. Now, Cindy Lou Who is in a huff because I'm blaming a dead man. What logic is in that? I see no logic in that statement. None. None. Oh, you can't blame a dead man. Well, I could turn that around on you. How is a dead man going to help you make money now? I'm not trying to be mean to Lou at all, but Cindy doesn't listen past that. She gets emotional. I've dated women all my life, not now. And I've learned women don't always hear what you're trying to say. And that's a problem with the expression of the man. In my case, me, it's my fault. I didn't say those things correctly. And for that, I apologize. It's a lot, I was telling a friend, it's a lot like the scene out of Pulp Fiction, when I forget the big guy's name, and Bruce got raped in the basement by these white motorcycle outlaws. And maybe it was more like Bruce came in and rescued him. I can't remember now. That's what it was. And after a big scene, Bruce said, well, what about us? Because Bruce saved the guy. He owed the guy money. He said, well, there is no us. And I'll give you to the end sundown to get out of town. Otherwise, if you hadn't done this, I'd be killing you right now. So Bruce gets on his girlfriend's Honda had been destroyed in a car accident. So he goes out and takes one of the dead motorcycle gang's motorcycles, and he drives over to pick up his girlfriend. And she comes out, glad that he's there. And he says, come on, honey, go. We got to go. Because he's focused on solving the problem. He's focused on the logic of, we got to get the F out of here or we're dead. She probably would have lived, but he wanted her with him. And she bursts into tears. And the reason she bursts into tears is he's not communicating with her the way a woman needs to be communicated with. So he goes, I think she said something cute like, where's my Honda? But anyway, he immediately says, oh, I'm sorry, darling, dear. How was your morning? How was your breakfast? How were your pancakes? And she starts warming and she immediately melts and she's like, oh, great. They were good. I'm getting a pot. I'm a pot belly. And so she's immediately calmed down. And then he says, now get on the bike. We got to get the F out of here. And I think I forget that women don't think like men. And as much as we want to believe they do, they don't. And so when I come out hard charging, like Bruce Willis did, hey, honey, come on, we got to get on the bike. We got to get the F out of here. It doesn't always translate. When I say what happened to GTII was three guys, Lou Bravo, Frank Benedetto, and the CEO of COSM popped the bubble. I don't think Cindy Lou, who's been here long enough, she hears me as a man saying it. Oh, you're talking against a dead guy. It's not it. It's not it. What's behind those three men is the real enemy, the Kramers, the Alpines. But behind them, it's the system. It's probably Steve Cohen. It might be Larry Fink. It might be Ken Griffin. It might be the Toad. But someone sponsored the Kramers. The original, the Kurt Kramer guy, his U4 transferred 4 times in 2 years, to my memory. He wasn't a success on Wall Street. The Jeffrey Lind guy, Jeffrey Easton, he was a day trader. These guys were trained by big money on Wall Street. The lawyers backed them up. Go bag us a CEO, go bag this, sign this contract, and we'll give you kickbacks. We'll split the profits 70-30, 60-40, and we'll make sure you don't go to jail. We've bribed the senators. We've bribed the congresswomen. We've bribed the regulators. Trust us, we got it under control. But just follow our instructions. We'll teach you how to do it. So the real bad guys was not Lou. It was not, well, I don't know. I tend to think Frank's part of the group up there, but I don't know that for a fact. That's opinion. But I think Frank's been around long enough that, and he came on one of his Twitter posts. He says, I'm friends with Kurt Kramer. Or he says, I'm close to, I'm an acquaintance, whatever, I'm close to Kurt Kramer. Kurt Kramer would never do anything wrong. So I believe that Frank Benedetto may work in concert with these guys. I don't know for a fact, but what do you know for a fact in these situations? What you know is that everyone works against you, Cindy Lou Who. Everybody does. Everybody. They cheat, they collude, they suck you into a stock, and then they do a deal, they do a reverse split, they destroy it, all for the benefit of Kurt Kramer and Kurt Kramer's clients, all for the benefit of Jeff Easton and Jeff Easton's clients. Oh, but you're blaming it on a dead man. I'm turning off the channel. Well, that's fine. I'm sorry to lose you. I like Cindy Lou Who, and I don't want to lose her. But if you go in to this trading and believe that there's any integrity on Wall Street, that there's any honesty, you're like, I don't know. I don't know what to compare it to. You're like, you know, like a young kid walking into a red light district whorehouse full of gang members and drugs and people that knock you over the head and take your wallet, and women that'll have you buy a bottle of champagne and take your card. I don't know what example to give, but you're going to be destroyed. You're going to be destroyed. Now, I want to just quickly say that the reason I always point out when people come on here and they say, oh, he was for GTII and look where that is now. I think that's unfair. The same assholes coming on here are the ones that destroyed GTII. They're the ones that did it. So I think Ham was always clear from the beginning that GTII was simply a short squeeze, that it was a company with nothing, absolutely nothing. 2 employees, no assets, but a big short position from the Kramers. And it worked. That stock went from pennies to $9. I think it went from 9 cents, 5 cents to $9. But that's when the coordinated attack from someone was Kurt Kramer doesn't have enough brains to do it, but it might have been one of his 6 or 7 clients. It might have been whoever was lending the money to him or sponsoring him. It may have been Alpine. I don't know. But somebody came in and brought in the CEO of COSM. And I believe the CEO of COSM could have been involved in it or could have been aware of it. He has international accounts. He's Greek. He's got access to shorting the stock, trading offshore. I think he could have been bribed in part of it. You can't say that. He's a Greek man. How can you say that about a Greek man? I don't know. How can I offend you, Cindy, with the talking about the CEO? I don't know. I don't mean to offend. But that COSM was just a company with crappy contracts who couldn't raise any money. And all of a sudden, this CEO was able to raise $33 million. Well, the criminals came, and I don't know who got hired first, but they may have hired Frank Benedetto first, and then Frank went to Lou. I don't know. And maybe Lou didn't get paid any cash, but Lou had an opportunity to get stock or to buy stock early. By the way, I don't have a problem with Lou being paid. I don't have a problem with Frank being paid. That's what he does for a living. It's Wall Street. But I do have a problem with a professional who says he knows what he's doing, Frank Benedetto, telling people that a stock has 2,000% short when it doesn't have anything short. It's very small. Tony, somebody out of Boston pointed that out. I do have a problem when people that claim to be professional say that a name change is going to cause a squeeze, saying that a CUSIP change is going to cause a squeeze. Did that information come from Frank, or did he just not know better? Well, that's pretty scary. Would you rather deal with a professional who is deceiving you and knows what he's doing, or someone that claims to be a pro but didn't know better? I don't know which one's more dangerous. And then in the case of Lou believed that by talking to a CEO, he was somehow in on the loop. I had a boss who told me after a stock, I think it was called Valley Federal Savings and Loan. I think that was the one. Anyway, it was way back in the George H.W. Bush savings and loan thing. People made money, I made money, and then it all busticated, as my dad's friends would say. But my boss said to me, he said he was smoking a cigarette, having a whatever he used to drink, a vodka, a soda or something. He said, Billy, when you start talking to the CEO, you stop managing money. So I think what happened with Lou is Lou started talking to the CEO, who I think was crooked. That's my opinion. And Lou thought, I'm being dealt the straight shit. So I think Lou was naive and got taken advantage of. Is that Lou's fault? No. It's a tough business out there. And Lou used his best judgment, and he got used by the CEO of COSM. What's another explanation? Maybe the criminals used the CEO of COSM. But I'll tell you what, COSM got $33 million, and that guy was able to trade offshore. My guess is he bought the stock, shorted the stock, and made a killing. But Cindy Lou Who tunes in, and she chooses to be offended that I point out that Frank Benedetto, Lou Bravo, and the CEO of COSM came in and punctured a short squeeze in progress with GTII and Fngr for that matter. Now, do we know that GTII would have squeezed, would have experienced a squeeze? No, we don't know for sure. We don't know what other tricks might have been on the part of the criminals. We don't know. But in that case, those three guys convinced people to sell rapidly and quickly, breaking the back in the case of GTII, where Fidelity was paying 1,000% to borrow stock, and Wells Fargo took away the buy button, and people were exercising their warrants to put stress on the shorts at 275 is my memory, when the stock was at $8. They stopped it. Now, did they do it intentionally? Were they paid off? Were they part of it? Oh, blame a dead man. Well, Lou was very much alive when he did it. I'm not trying to blame anybody. I'm trying to point out what happened. And I do think it's possible that there's a group of guys up in New York that provide investor relations, provide access to financial, so-called investment banks, capital formation, so-called, that are just fronts for the short, that provide introductions for a fee. It happens all the time. You can be offended. Oh, he's dead. How could you? Well, you'd be a victim on Wall Street for the rest of your life. Now, just to end it up, I think the most likely thing with Lou is he might have gotten some shares or an opportunity to buy some shares, but then he was taken advantage of. I don't think he did it on purpose. Hello? Hello?
What's happening, Bill?
I don't know. I missed your call. I'm live and
Oh, good.
Fngr.
Let me call you back in 3 minutes. I want to tell people I was going to have a call, but I'll go on yours. Let me just tell everybody to sign on. I'll call you right back.
Sign on the dotted line.
Bye-bye.
So anyway, to quickly finish up on that, I apologize for how I expressed myself, and I obviously disparaged Lou. I didn't mean to, but on the other hand, I want to describe what happened. I don't think it's fair to blame him for pointing out a short squeeze situation, and then the company and Ham try every single thing to work, and then the criminals come in and convince a group of guys to take 33 million out of the market to place a deal, do a reverse split, do everything they said they wouldn't do. That's a setup. That is a sting operation. And okay, maybe Lou was innocent, but he was part of it. But the issue is not about Lou. It's about Wall Street having a group of guys that have every angle figured out, and they're going to screw retail. They need you. They need you. Lou figured that out, by the way, to his credit, to help you. But they need you. They all need you, because they're not going to be able to short a stock that's trading for nothing unless, like Lou's medical stock, he gets it from nothing to 3 cents, 4 cents, and then the market makers trade that all day and make a fortune, and then it comes back down. I'm not sure he knew on that either. I'm not sure he knew on that either. This is a guy that didn't have training on Wall Street. So I'm not picking on Lou as someone that intentionally screwed Cindy Lou Who. I'm not saying that. But I am saying he may have been naive about the markets. I'm also admitting, in the case of Logic, when I believe face-to-face that Breton's son had learned his lessons and he was going to look out for Logic, and then he still did a deal and tripled the amount of shares outstanding and walked away and handed Logic to the coup de grace. Was I naive? Can you blame me? Sure. These criminals come from all directions. So I'm not dead. So Cindy Lou can't say, how can you blame William? He's dead. But I take the blame for Logic as either naive or stupid, trusting the judgment of Brent's son. By the way, before Ham calls back, if you want to try to make some of your Logic money back, I call your attention to Nixie, Nixx. I don't want to make this call about distracting from Fngr, but to the extent you can establish even a small position in Nixx, it might go a long way of benefiting from Brent's son's hard work, and I think his integrity and his honesty and his network of contacts and the things he's learned over the last 15 years. I think it's all coalescing in Nixie. It's too bad it didn't happen in Logic. But I think Nixie will give you, if you own Logic, you can afford to buy a little Nixie today, tomorrow, maybe Monday. I think it'll give you a chance at making some of your Logic money back. Hello?
All right, William, I'm here.
Fngr is 482, 476.
What?
Fngr is now $4.76. It was 482. 476 to 484. 1 million shares. All right, you got the.
Think about that, an 8-cent spread, right?
Yeah, Senator Alan Craig could sit there.
Anyway, just let me tell you that we're all hearing the deal with Alibaba is done, William.
What? What's the deal?
They're taking a 10% stake. You know, they've been working on it. The rumor's been on for a while. It's, you know, they say it's coming out Monday. So let's see what happens.
What would a 10% stake involve?
6 million shares, probably at 7. I think they said $7 to $10. So you know, it's $50 million.
Wow, if that's true, that is game changing.
Is it?
Well, you don't need me to say that.
Hold on, let me get my cough drop here. So I just want to let everybody know what we're hearing. It's all over the street. I'm not even home. I just heard it from a couple of people myself. I'm sorry, people. I just still got this cough. Although I'm sleeping better, which is good. So it's all over the street. Everyone's hearing it. We have people in Hong Kong are hearing it. People in the UK are hearing it. Everyone's hearing it. So again, I told you I had buyers coming into the stock today. What's the volume, William? I don't know.
Million, my eyesight, 1,000,008. 1.08, 1,080,000.
1,000,001. Let's round it up to 1,000,001.
All right.
So I told you we had buyers yesterday. For those who were nervous about it, I told you we're coming back, but now that these guys get away. If the company just closes the transaction, we'll see you in the promised land, which is $3,500. All right, so if those people that were on your call last night, I forget the guy's name, Jamal maybe was, I forgot.
Jamal was on and Mika.
If he's nervous about it, listen, you know, you could sell half of your position, you can redo whatever you have to do. Sometimes the game, it moves too fast for people and you can't handle it. It's a tough game. And, you know, you can do what you have to do. I can't promise you're going to get break even to the penny. I don't know what you pay for it. But sometimes losing a dime, it makes you safer and your family safer. You know, you have to do what's best for you. All right? This is not, there's no free, they don't give away free money on Wall Street. You know, you have to bet it, unfortunately. That's how it goes. Does anyone have any questions?
Well, they give free money if you're Goldman Sachs and you're about to go bust. They'll bail you out.
Did you see Goldman Sachs had another violation, William?
Yeah, I took a picture of it. I noticed an old article that I saved. Think of it. Goldman Sachs got a fine for $550 million for all the mortgage fraud they did. And Letitia James won a $355 million fine against Donald Trump.
No, this one was from May 14th. Goldman Sachs fined for failing to properly report billions of trades.
But they don't tell you which companies.
They never do. Imagine if they were concentrated. Did anybody, I hope everyone saw the BAM, I think it was BAM put up the algorithm where yesterday we had people buying shares. Our orders were all directed to the dark pool, which they shorted it, right?
Right.
And they let the sell orders hit the marketplace. So we were getting marked down. Our buy orders were being shorted off in the dark pool. So they were holding on. They had us tied up while they were knocking the stock down. Think how criminal this whole thing is.
Wow.
So, I mean, so listen, we're fighting the devil here. And we're winning. Finger motion and everybody on this phone, we're going to win. All right? We got to row the boat together, fight them, and we're going to win. That's how it works. They can't beat the world. And when Finger Motion gets a deal with one of the biggest companies in China, the game is over, my friends. The game is over. These guys can manipulate in the U.S., but they have no control over what goes on in China. And Fngr Motion has great contacts in China. I actually think they're doing business with Alibaba in the Tmall. That was a long time ago with him.
Yeah, but also didn't Alibaba lose its access to minutes? Didn't you say that a long time ago?
I will give you exactly what I was told a long time ago.
Okay.
Fngr Motion was born because Tencent and Alibaba were playing dirty. What does that mean? The Chinese country had, these guys had the rights to buy those minutes, the discounted minutes from the telecom.
Right.
So they buy minutes at 99 cents and they sell it back to the people at $1. Just giving you a breakdown. Billionaires were buying the minutes at 99 cents along with Alibaba. They shouldn't be getting them there. Selling the minutes at $1 in Singapore and other like Vietnam to Chinese people. So they were basically laundering their money out of China by using these phone cards or the phone minutes. The Chinese government caught them and Fngr Motion was born. They needed someone that would play ball with them and ride in between the lines, and Fngr Motion has done that. So as Fngr Motion grows, Alibaba and Tencent will lose all of that business and it'll all go to Fngr Motion. It's so massive, Fngr Motion couldn't take it over in one day, so it's a slow, gradual, taking over of that whole business. That's because Alibaba and Tencent got caught. And that's when Jack Ma and all these guys started disappearing because they were all, they were playing loosey-goosey, moving money out of China, and they got busted. That's how it started 4 or 5 years ago. That is correct.
Yeah, that's interesting. So maybe it's a way.
Alibaba wants to get back into that business.
Yeah.
Remember, the phone top-up business is basically a toll booth.
Right.
No matter what, the margins aren't big, but it just keeps coming. Pennies just keep coming every day. You got to pay to use your phone. There's no AT&T, Verizon in China. You have to pay to play. So if you don't top up your phone, okay, we used to have the prepaid cards here. We don't, but they do it there. You buy it, you charge up your phone. If your minutes go out and you have no phone, you're dead in China because everything is used for your phone. Any other questions?
Well, I'm trying to look for a quote that Rick Rule gave, but he basically said, to paraphrase him, that nobody can beat the market. Nobody can ultimately beat the market.
That is a great quote. That is correct.
I'll try to find it. I just can't find it right now.
I put up a story. 2 people told me that DJT was raising money. That's why the stock went down.
Yeah.
I posted on Twitter to Donald Trump and to the FBI and saying, hey,
I'm sure he's reading it.
when are you going to do something about the shorts? Now they're spreading rumors that you're raising more money to knock your stock down. Stop it already. If you can't make it short, these guys won't play this game anymore. They won't. It all goes away. But they'll learn. They'll get rid of him.
So Ramon wants to know, I'm starting at the bottom, that's the best place to start, I guess. What would you look for to sell this week's option to move to June before Monday? I think Ham's going to say no right out at Monday. Anyway, I'll let you answer.
If you bought options cheaper, you're nervous, you can break even, you could sell them. Hopefully you could put them on the offer side. If you want to sell some if you're nervous, but I ride them to the death. I'm going.
I just bought 1,000 G-Bucks. Will I receive the dividend or no today? Listen, I wanted to come up with that answer.
Where is it at? I don't even know where it is.
It's hang on. It's not on my it's not on my little list. It's 378 down a penny. 375 by 390, 100 by 300, 32,065.
Look for the company to put out a statement. I heard the company's going to put out a press release and addressing the dividend. Let's wait till it comes out. I don't want to speak for them. Let's see what they say.
I believe, Johnny, if today is the record date, they may change it. So you know, maybe you wait. But if today is the record date, I think you had to buy.
You're gonna get a 10% warrant at $4. Let me ask you a question. If the stock runs to 50 and you didn't get you missed the cutoff and you sold your stock at 50, would you be pissed off? No. So this is to expose the shorts, not to make us rich from doing it.
Right.
All right. That's how I look at it. Don't get me wrong. It's a gift, but these guys are going to be short. If they're short 4 million, they just got short 400,000 more.
Right.
So I don't know what the volume is today. I have no idea.
But Johnny, I would call your desk on your service, and I would ask that question directly to them. And if today is the record date, I think you need to buy the shares same day settlement. Same day settlement. My guess is you need settled shares to qualify for the dividend.
Let's let the company address it first. Let's see what they say.
MM wants to know if you could lend him $1 million.
Absolutely. Where do you want me to meet you?
Schwab said no dividend. Yeah, because it's T+1. I think you need to do your trade T+2. You are allowed to call Schwab, say, I want to buy 1,000 shares, same day settlement. Mark the ticket, same day settlement. They don't want you to know that, but you're allowed to do that. You're allowed to do that. Had to buy it yesterday, regular settlement, yes.
Hey, 1 second, William. I just want to check my boys from Brooklyn on the call. I let them know. Can you just text me if you made it? I just want them to know. I have a nice army of buddies that are all listening to you, William. So.
Are they tearing up the couch?
They're gentle. They're gentlemen. They're very gentle. They'll be very nice with you, William.
So it's not the two dogs tearing up the couch, the boys.
Oh, the poor dogs! They eat the couch. The springs popping through. Oh my God! I don't even know what to do. So I need money like everyone else. I need a new couch. I need some siding on my house. I need to fix my barbecue thing. I mean, everyone needs it.
You need a new rug.
And my hillbillies from Washington around. We have everybody here.
So, Juice, I'm going from the bottom up.
Well, let me just say this, William. My friends from Brooklyn, one of them showed me a picture of his backyard. And let me tell you, he put $150,000 into it, and it looks like shit. I saw a video of the other guy who did the same thing with his backyard. He may put $500,000 into it, but boy, what a difference! It looks like the Bellagio. And my poor friends, it looks like the Tropicana down in Atlantic City type pool. No, I'm only kidding. I'm only breaking his balls. He did a beautiful job.
It can kick Rhode Island's ass in a war. Juice wants to know possible front run before Monday.
What does that mean?
I have no idea. Johnny says... so that means everyone who bought G-Bucks today, none of them gets the dividend. Well, you can. I
think you should wait for the company to speak.
You can also. You still have 4 hours or 3 hours to call Schwab. Say, look, sell my shares and rebuy them same day settlement.
William, tell them to call the company up. The company has a telephone number and ask them what they're doing.
Distribution date is May 21st. If today is the record date and you bought the shares today, I don't think you qualify unless you did same day settlement. It's got to be settled.
William,
anyway, let's move on.
Let's move on. About that all day. You guys can talk about it later.
All right.
G-Bucks, they have a telephone number. Call them up, ask them. They'll tell you exactly what's going on. I don't want to make a statement that I'm wrong on or do anything that I think it's all good. I think the stock is going to go higher. They're short 4 million shares. If they're short 4.4, it's only going to benefit you anyway. We're not going away from it. The stock's going to go past 10.
That's a good point, too. That's a good point.
150. It doesn't make a difference.
What is, David's asked, with this news about Alibaba, is it possible for a gamma squeeze tomorrow in Ham's opinion?
A gamma squeeze can happen in 3 minutes. So, David, don't go to the bathroom. I told you yesterday. Oh, shit.
Did you just
hold
go
on
to
a
the
second.
bathroom?
Right. I'm just telling you that if this is true, people in Asia are probably buying the stock and it'll get viral soon. That's how it goes. It'll be tonight, tomorrow, somebody knows something.
Yeah.
All right. I have not bought any shares. I've done nothing. I'm not even home.
So Augustin
But I
asked,
will tell you this. You got to be, I told you last night, people, you want to go long or you want to be short. You make your decision up. That's it. This is like roulette. You bet red or you bet black. Well, my friends in Brooklyn would bet both sides. They always do the crazy.
and the ball ends up in the double green.
I have to tell this one story about my good friend. He bet a horse race. I think it was 70-1 on a horse. His horse was winning by a mile. The jockey fell off. The horse won, and he got no money. The horse passed the finish line. The jockey fell off, and he would have won. A 70-1 bet. That's unbelievable. Talk about good luck, right?
It's all. So Augustin wants to know, with the news of Alibaba, would it be good to buy at calls before the end of the week?
Yes. That's my opinion. I love the $6 calls at 20 cents. I don't know what the fives are. I have no idea why they squeezed in the 3.5, 4.5, and 5.5 calls. We have strikes up to 10 now, William. Somebody's anticipating a major run here. The option guys are anticipating a major run.
More to steal, they think.
Listen, the game of stealing is coming to an end. This stock, if it does get a partner like Alibaba, it's all over with.
So Billy wants to know what your thoughts are, the risk of G-Bucks.
I don't think there is any. There's always risk. I don't see it. Listen, if you think there's risk there, go someplace else if you don't like this. I don't feel there is a risk. I watched it go from $1 to 10, back down to 10, back down. It was shorted 28 days in a row. I love short squeezes, and they showed you that they're short squeezing. They're squeezing the stock down. They're pushing it down. So I don't believe it. I think the risk is each day they do that and the stock doesn't go down, it's turning back up, more likely the stock is going higher. They just like Lynn Partners, they tried to put Fngr Motion out of business. It didn't work, and what happened to it? Now it's a monster.
Benjamin has the May 5s and the May 6s. Do I sell it today or wait until tomorrow?
What did he pay for the 5s?
He doesn't say.
Well, if you tell us what you pay for the 5s, I don't know where they are. Let's say you paid a quarter for them, and they're 50 cents. Sell them at 50 cents. You got your 6 calls for free, or you can buy more of the 6 calls and take the profit off the table. And just invest the profit. So you paid a quarter, sell it at 50. You got $25. Buy $25. How many times you do it? Of the 6s at 20 cents.
70 Mustang points out, and I guess it's a question, there's no volume, real volume in Fngr yet. I wouldn't sell until I see a boatload of volume.
Listen, I keep trying to tell you that. When the short stop selling, you're never going to see a boatload of volume. The only reason you see a boatload of volume now is because they're selling it and creating the volume. I told you that last night. I was on the phone with a guy who owns millions of shares, and he said the same thing to me. What's all the selling? I told him it's counterfeit shares. I told you 1,000 times. They're creating this volume. And I told you the best part, everybody on this call, the best part about this is these guys keep trying to sell it and hold it down. And all they're doing is making it better. If it was me, I'd let the stock run and then beat it down. They can't let it run because they don't have the money to back up all these trades. Think about it. Everybody on this call, if we sold 10 million shares of stock, none of us have the money to put back into the pot. We're all broke. We can't do this. This is a big boys game.
After the loving, after the squeeze, what does Ham think the price will trade for?
Well, if they have Alibaba in here, it's going to be very high. I think it'll trade somewhere between 80 and 100 with Alibaba in there. Easy. Be 200, 300. Because the only company that can take over this company would be Alibaba at 10 cents.
Wander says, I need to up my price targets if Baba comes through.
That is correct.
Dennis says, Fngr is a roller coaster. I don't need this. I can do my own mood swings. Okay.
That's it. Goodbye. Listen, good luck. Go trade Tesla. Goodbye. Listen, I sold Apple the other day, and I lost $1. I've been calling the company up. I wanted to speak with the CEO. Is there anybody can help me out and tell me why I lost money? No one helps you out. So good luck. Take your roller coaster and go stick it up your ass, as we say. We don't need... Listen, we're fighting fraud. So if you're going to be a jerk off on a call and tell us you're crying because you're losing in the market, we told you is fraud. We're fighting fraud to change your life and save your family. If you want to be a jerk off crybaby, don't post it to us. Go fucking cry somewhere else and get lost. That's it. We don't need you. Wait, hang up on that fucking guy. Throw him out.
I'll address this very quickly, Comfy Sofa. I got blown out of my Fngr position September or August. I do not own any Fngr. It's not because I didn't want to own it. I got very bullish on Fngr down at $1.04. I just don't own any. I don't have the money. I don't have the resources. So,
listen, well, you don't have to address that with people of your financial situation. Listen, we're all not wealthy. We all do what we have to do. All right. I got destroyed by naked shorts in 2000, and that's why I'm fighting. Do you really want to know more about it? I don't really want to talk about it anymore. That's how it goes. I look forward, I'm alive, and I'm moving forward. That's it. If you're going to cry, go someplace else. This is about fighting to break the shorts and get money back. This is what it's about. If you're going to cry, I'm sorry. I couldn't give a flying fuck if you're going to cry.
But what does it mean?
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, I know. It means nothing whether I own it or don't.
Next question.
Wouldn't it be smart? Let me read it fully before I ask. Okay. Wouldn't it be smart for brokers to front run buying in Fngr before news from Alibaba comes out?
Well,
on
they don't
Monday?
listen. I don't think they know about the news. Maybe Fidelity knows about the news. Maybe that's why they shut it down, right? I don't know. I'll tell you why. If I knew the news was coming and I had money, guess what I'd be doing? Front running it.
Mike is pointing out that there's, anyway, he's pointing out that the moving averages are crossing on G-Bucks. I hope you don't miss a breakthrough 4 should send it. Okay. If a squeeze starts from 100, it's going, the number they give is thousands of dollars.
That is correct. What happened, so people, the squeeze was supposed to start at $1.20, $1.52. Didn't happen. 3 didn't happen. 4 didn't happen. Now we're at 5. We're moving higher, and they haven't even bought back a share yet. So the higher it goes before they buy it back, the better it is. And that's why I'm telling all my friends to buy it, saying, hey, we're paying 5. Let's pay 6. Let's take it to 6.15 today. Why? Because if it starts, it's gonna start higher than 6.15. That's it. Short squeeze is not gonna start at 4. It's gonna start at 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever.
Is
Alibaba news comes in. How would you like to cut this news comes out? Alibaba news comes out. The stock opens at 50, and that's where the short squeeze starts at 50 or 60, whatever it may be.
Mika is asking, is the Alibaba news 100%? And is it on Monday?
Hold on, I have the paper in my car. Hold on.
Just kidding.
I'll be on 57th Street this afternoon. Can you do me a favor? Meet me there, Mika.
Is it, and it'll be announced on Monday, you think?
I just telling you what we hear. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm in my car. I took my son to therapy.
Mika, it's a rumor, so you have to judge whether you think the rumor has merit.
You make the decision. You know what? There was rumors about Boeing getting a deal in the Middle East a couple of days before the news came out. Right? Then they got a big deal. This is Wall Street. It happens all the time. We're hearing the rumors about finger motion. Guess why? Because we're all watching finger motion. That's why.
Oh, gosh.
I posted the rumor I heard about DJT because someone told me about it. I'm not even in DJT, but I wanted to know about it. That's it. Why are they pushing it down?
Should I wait a little longer before I sell my 150 calls at $6, paid 15 cents? I have orders in at 30 cents. I wouldn't change.
So I told you to do that last night. Put them out there and see. Yeah, wait a little bit.
I wouldn't change your orders.
I think the stock is going to break 5 shortly. I think the options are going to go 35 to 50. You could sell half of them, like I told you, and you got them for free.
Yeah.
Or you can sell all of them and go home and make yourself 25 cents 500 times, right? Right? Each 100 lot, you make 2,500. So you're making $10,000-$12,000. That's not a bad day.
A lot of trading is like answering questions on a multiple choice exam. Usually the first ticket you enter is your best ticket. If you start changing it, it's not. Oh, but anyway, do what you think. This is new information.
If you're nervous and you paid 15 cents, sell them at 15 cents. You bought too many, you could do 100 things. Now listen, that every trade, I told you before, sometimes in your mind, breaking even is a good thing. So if you can break even and go to the next one, say, hey, you know what? I was a little nervous about this one. I did it 1,000 times. We all done it. So how many times I broke even? Sometimes the stocks went back down. I said, oh, thank God I broke even. And sometimes they went to the moon, which I cursed. I said, oh, son of a bitch, look at it go now. That's because I was a sissy and I bailed out. I did it to myself. We all do it.
Max, it used to be, oh, right, I don't know now, so I would call in to your broker, but the question is it okay to let calls in the money expire? It used to be automatically okay, but I think by the end of the day, if they have time, they might sell them for you.
Yeah, I think you got to be careful.
Or they might exercise them for you, and then you got a big problem on Monday. So
either way, Friday they end. So that's it. So
you've got to at least call in. This is what I learned at E-Trade. They told me,
name, whoever you're speaking to, take their name.
Take their name.
Number.
You've got to at least call in and say, I don't want to be exercised, and then they'll give you the cash difference. Or why wait? Why not just sell it? Call in at.
Listen, if the stock is 20, your $5 call is going to be at least $15 to $16. Just sell the option. That's it. You got till 4 o'clock tomorrow.
I don't know if you know anything about RGC. This guy seems to think you do.
Zero.
All right, so let's skip it. That's just a distraction.
G-Bucks, call the company up. If you have any questions, call them up. I can't answer them. I don't want to make a statement, and I don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm already up 30% on my $5 calls. Now they're $5.50. I don't know. There's not enough information. I'm glad you're up 30%. You can always take action to trade for free by selling some of them. But greed is usually the killer. And
hey, I'm a greedy fuck. I never sold. I stayed.
Yeah, I know. It's tough to sell.
Listen, when you believe in what you're doing, what's the fear? You're hearing stories. You know things are happening. You know the company's doing their dividend. Someone just put a report out on Twitter. I guess it's the Chinese Newswire put a story out there. Yesterday, there was a story about Fngr Motion being like PLTR, Planeteer, which is a $150 stock. I heard it's like Snowflake, which is a $60 billion market cap. Because remember, AI doesn't exist without data. And that comes from my friend at Oracle. So AI doesn't exist without data. Fngr Motion has the data. That's it. That's all you need to know.
I don't know this question. Maybe you do, because and it's not a bad one. Ham said G-Bucks at 100, 150. Does that increase now? They will be 4.4 million. Oh, the short.
Yeah, it
the
could
short.
be. It's in that zone. It's in that zone.
Okay.
The only reason I picked G-Bucks to go to 100, 150 is because of the float is so small. And if the CEO does what he said, he's going to retire the shares. You got a rocket ship here, and these guys are going to be short 0.4 million shares. You can see how hard it is to buy. I don't know what it's traded today. If it wasn't for these guys still naked shorting the stock, which they did 28 days in a row, which is very interesting, that's what makes the number go high.
There's been several questions about how you would exit. This gentleman has 25,000 shares of Fngr. How would you ladder your sales? Another guy had 9,000. Another guy had 1,000.
Again, I don't know your levels, but listen, if you paid $4 for it and you got 25,000, it starts to run. You sell 1,000 at 9, 1,000 at 15, 1,000 at 20, and you start adding it up. Say I paid 25 times 4, that's 100,000. I sold 1,000 at 10, 10,000. 1,000 at 15, 15,000. 1,000 here, and you say, wow. I sold, 6,000 shares, and I got all my money off the table, and I still got, 19,000 or 18,000 left. That's the goal. That's the goal to winning. I gave you the blueprint how to win. That's how you win. That's how you can stay longer in the game. GameStop, I sold it all at 118. Why? I don't know. We high-fived. We went out to dinner. We were drinking, laughing. We got them. And then the stock never stopped going up. And we looked at each other saying, what idiots. Right?
If you were to roll the dice for action by Friday, which calls would you buy right now?
I had my friend buy 300 of the 6s before, 20 cents.
Eddie points out they're holding below $5 for dear life. Well,
we agree, Ed. Ed, what did we tell you about walls? What was it? The Berlin Wall? It went down. All the walls tumbled. There was a wall at 2, 250, 3, 350, 4, right? 450. The walls. And eventually it tumbles.
So I ran out of questions.
Well, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to answer your questions. I told you last night that I had people that were buying it. I told you I had to call. I told everyone on your call. Didn't I tell you that, William?
You did.
I said I was on a call. Broker put on 3 hedge funds. I told them to buy the stock. The stock went down this morning. A couple people said I was full of shit. I put up. I told everyone, relax. They're coming. And it turned and went up. There you go.
I was only joking, my dear. The cost to borrow, does it correlate to the stock price? I don't.
Well, the cost to borrow is basically telling you the guy who's the real short, the idiot that short 3.1 million shares.
Yeah.
How does he average up? He wants to sell more shares, right? So he can borrow shares to do it. But the fee that they're paying it's just moronic to do it. You lose more money than you can make. What
was the rumor Ham heard about DJT?
That they were going to raise more money. Not me. That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true. I don't know what they're doing.
300 for 10 of those calls. I can take 850 and not execute it. Thoughts? 300 for 10 of those calls. You could sell it for 850 now? I don't know. I that question's too confusing.
You want to sell? You sell 5 of them if you bought 10. If you're nervous. That means you got a free ride on 5 calls, right?
Sue DeWolf Panzerino is having a little fun. She wants me to ask him if Jeff Easton would rob his mother.
I told you they fucking pulled a fucking silver out of their mom's mouths. from the dental work. They don't even care if their family member gets cancer and a company that they funded helps cure cancer. They short the stock anyway. They don't care. They think the money's going to... Listen, people, I'm no spring chicken, right? But if I had $10 million in my pocket now, I wouldn't even know how to spend it. I don't go out drinking and dancing all night anymore. I'm not night clubbing. What do? I play pickleball? Maybe I'll buy a nicer car. What am I going to buy? A new couch? What are you going to do with it? These guys don't care. They all think they're going to be Warren Buffett, flying in private jets and doing all this crazy stuff. No one cares. Who wants to leave home? I got 2 dogs. I got a family. I got a great... People don't do that stuff. I know billionaires. They do less than we do. I'm telling you. My friend was Warren Buffett's right-hand man. Okay? They don't spend the money. They buy nice things, but they don't... It's not like they go out and throw massive parties every night. They're not like P. Diddy throwing massive parties. They don't do that stuff. So what are you fighting for? Why do these people fight 24 hours a day, risk going to jail to steal what? I don't even get it. I just don't even get it anymore. But that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with people that are sick motherfuckers. They're sick.
So just repeating, I guess, new people, what do you see the price of Fngr if it squeezes after the squeeze?
I said if Alibaba's in there, it's somewhere between $80 and $100 some dollars, maybe $200. But let it, if you're in it and it squeezes like I think to the moon, let it play out before you get back into it. Let it settle down. Let it do its thing. Don't race it. Don't sell it at 800. Watch it go to 3,000. Pull back to 400 and say I'm buying back in. Let it come back in. Let it go down first.
Yeah, it'll
When you
find.
get to a short squeeze, they will collapse.
It'll find its level.
That's exactly right.
Roger wants you to confirm the rumor for those of us
Yes.
who tuned in late.
We have we have proof. We have a midget, a Chinese midget that I saw in a strip club last night. And he has the letter of intent of Alibaba. Well, how can I confirm that? What are you, nuts? There's a Chinese midget in Chinatown. Go ask him. He's got this. He's got the story. What are you, crazy?
I just bought my first call option.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm going to skip that because Ham will get impatient with that question.
No, is it not options? I'll help him out.
All right, it says, I just bought my first, it's $25. I just want to learn.
That's perfect. There you go. Congratulations. I'm with you on that. Good job. Remember, if you sell it at 30 cents, that's $30. You would make $5. If it goes to $1, you make $100 minus your 25, you make $75. That's the math on it. That's it. It goes above 6. If it goes to 100 minus 6 is $94. You'll make $9,400, whatever, on your 10 year, because you got one call, right? You got 10 shares. So you'll make whatever the number is. You make $9,400.
Can a broker stop you from changing your DTC order? No, you can change it. They might, once you change it, they might not let you enter another one. Some of these brokers don't let you enter high orders. They might change that policy. But if you have a problem with a GTC order, put them in as day orders for a while, or just change the price. Eventually it goes through. But they can't stop you from selling your stock at whatever price you want to sell it for. Yeah, I don't know about that leader. I think we'll leave that alone. Murray says, I have August calls, bought them for 20 cents. They're now $2.20. Should I hold?
So you sell those, Murray. Sell them at $2.20, and you go into the May options. Take some of your profit, and you buy the May options.
Or the Junes, if it now.
Or the June. Go forward. Go the other way.
Yeah.
Because the options will be
And
cheaper.
but take profit, take money out, make it for free. Take your well, unless you want to gamble the whole thing. Do you think word on the street about Alibaba will hit, and maybe the May calls start to run tomorrow?
Yes. We always, there's that old saying, where there's smoke, there's fire, right? That's what everybody always says.
There's an old saying, Senator.
Right.
But don't piss down my back and tell me it's raining. Naked short selling and FTDs seem to be a business plan. Do these short firms have enough reach across the market that the pressure from fingers rising does not hurt as bad as it used to?
No, I think the shorts, the shorts, they're in different names. They don't work together. They don't work as one. Nobody on this phone is sitting there saying, "Hey, whatever's Murray, when you sell, make sure you send me 25%." That doesn't happen. These guys work individually. They're here to make money for themselves. They're more cut. I told you yesterday. I watched the guy who's a short seller tell his friends to go short a stock. They were all putting orders out there to sell it, and he was buying because he had a cover. I mean, these guys are criminals.
Would you buy puts on Fngr if it hits 3,000? You're not going to have a chance to. They won't.
It's that's a tough thing to do. You want to do that? God bless you. I'm not going to.
The premium will be massive.
Yeah, and once they start going, they get the premium's massive. It can hit 3,000 and stay at 3,000 for 2 years before it crashes. You don't know when it's going to be.
Pilot wants to know, are you still feeling optimistic on ZJYL?
Well, I watched GDC go, so I assume ZJYL will be in the chamber one day, right?
Yeah. Chinese midgets can be dangerous. That's Rodney said. Yeah, there was this midget. He went through my legs throwing blows or punching, or I forget how he said it, but anyway. Ham reminds me of Frank Rizzo. All right.
Oh, the Jerky Boys?
That's what he says, Jerky Boys.
Give me a tank, I'll sell that fucking thing.
You know who's a great salesman is Donald Trump. He went over to the Middle East. He's coming back with $3 trillion. And that's amazing. I have 25 of the June 7 calls. Ryan wants you to know.
Sell them and buy the May calls with cheap money. So if you got this, I don't know what those are worth. Let's say they're 50 cents, 60 cents, I'll say 70 cents. Sell them, and you go buy the May calls at 20 cents, and you get a free shot for 2 days. If it doesn't happen, you can always buy the calls back into the other month. That's all, if you want to do it. You never go broke. Just keep wiggling around. That's all you got to do.
Do you think G-Bucks will soar by the end of today?
I'm not watching it. I don't know.
Rosenberg wants me to play the part of Bill Casey in a movie about illegal short selling. Casey asked
We're gonna put Rosenberg on the call one time, because he was the guy when he's away at college. He was the guy that made the toilet wine for all his buddies. So we'll get him to come on and tell us the story about that one day.
God. Casey asked him, I guess before he has his brain tumor, Steve, what do you know about illegal naked shorting? 488 Fngr. Ramen Soups is going hard on me, William. What are my thoughts? I don't know anything about Ramadan. He can say whatever he wants. I have no interest to get engaged with that guy.
Get out of here.
I have no interest to get engaged with him.
Tell him to go stick a cucumber up his ass. Get out of here. Tell ramen soup to come from California, to come to New York. We want to sit down and have dinner with him anytime he wants to come. He can tell us right to our
Actually,
face what he
I
wants to
don't
say.
care to have dinner with Ramadan and soups.
No, we want to have dinner. We'll treat him to dinner. Let him come and tell us all what he feels about us, right to our face.
But if he's going hard on me, I don't
Listen.
follow Twitter anymore because of that. So I have no idea what he's saying.
Twitter is a cesspool. It's
Yeah.
a break off or a branch of the Raging Bull.
Yeah.
So for all you people that are rookies or joined Twitter 5 or 8 years ago or 10 years ago,
Yeah.
I lived through the Raging Bull era where there were 5 of us and 2,000 fucking idiots posting, trying to steal companies' money. All right? It was fucking crazy. All right? So this guy can go take a walk.
I'm pretty sure, by the way, that he gets paid and gets kickbacks.
William,
So it's a sign that they're in trouble.
Conversation with this guy. Move on. Forget it.
So Roger just wants to know, what is the rumor? He doesn't want a guarantee. He didn't hear it. He tuned in late.
So the rumor is Ramen Noodles is giving blowjobs outside the Holland Tunnel. That's what he's doing. So if you want a blowjob, go get Ramen Noodles. Will give it to you. The rumor out of China, okay, is that Alibaba is taking a stake in Fngr Motion. I don't know the details of everything what it was said, but people are hearing it all over the place. Again, I'm in my car. I'm not even home. That's it. There's more information probably on Twitter. But remember, it's a rumor. Treat it as a rumor. It's been going on for a while, this rumor. And I always believe where there's smoke, there's fire. So maybe it's time for it to go. Maybe this move up to $5, all the heavy-duty buying, is someone that actually knows what's going on. I don't know.
I trust him. Whatever he says, I've been following him for 3 years.
Oh, God. Are you kidding me? I've been doing this for 3 years. It looks like the rain stopped. I can't wait to go play pickleball and drill someone in the neck again. Can't wait. I'm going to buy the guy a shirt that says I'm ramen noodles. I'm going to really pick it out on him.
What's the reasoning? I don't know what the reasoning is. It's just a rumor. Would you do it?
People, let me stop everybody right there. A rumor. We can't confirm it. That's it. There's nothing else to say. I'm not buying the stock. I'm sitting here. We're watching it like you are. I'm not even watching. I'm in a car. We're all doing the same thing.
Would you
We're not acting on it. Listen, when I used to hear rumors on things on Wall Street, I'm a buyer. That's how I always play.
Johnny, I don't have any desire to do a Roaring Kitty video. I don't want to do that. Waste of time. The shills are ramping up on Twitter now.
Oh, okay, let's go get them. Go get them. Hurry up! I'm going to go sell my stock. That was $7. Okay, Fngr Motion was $7 before they raised money. Okay, now they raise money. They have a contract, a national contract with the Chinese government to do emergency response vehicles all over the place. It has data where that guy was talking about it. There's a report on Twitter saying it's worth $20-something by itself. I think it's worth $100 by itself. We've had the company, the electric charge-up platform. They get money from that. They got money from the top-up business. They have 100 things to do. And this is the stock they want to piss on? What are you, crazy? You can go kill 100 other stocks. Go beat up $100 stock. Do like you left. Go find $100 stocks. These guys are just trying to get you to sell. That's all they're doing.
Do you know the name Bill Singer, whistleblower at the SEC in the 70s?
I don't remember.
Ham was 12 in the 70s.
Yeah, I was 12 in the 70s. I was playing stickball on 60th Street and 10th Avenue.
I have the August 5s. Should I hold them during the squeeze for more return?
I sell them and move forward. Take some money off the table. You're paying for premium. For the gentleman that owns the August calls, the stock seems to be getting hot when? In August or now? William, when's it getting hot? Now. So why would I take all that premium, Go forward. Come up to the earlier months.
And take your original money off the table.
Table. Throw a few bucks into the sixes at 20 cents and forget about it for a little bit. That's it.
Schwab is limiting good to cancel orders at 70. Well, you can always change your order or try day orders. You know, get up in the morning and put in day orders.
As the stock moves up, they'll let you raise your limit. That's all. Don't worry about it.
Also, try one at 72 or 73 or 72.50. You might be surprised.
Listen, the reason you're putting them out there is because you are leaving your home or doing something like that. If you're home watching it, just pick a number, put it out there. If it starts to run, just cancel it and move it back. That's all you can do.
Open your eyes, jackass. It's Frank Rizzo. I don't know. I never saw that show.
Just Google, just go on YouTube, Frank Rizzo. He's the Jerky Boys.
I thought it was about Frankie Valli.
No, I'm talking about the Jerky Boys, Frank Rizzo.
All right.
He calls up people. I want to get a job as a salesman. The guy, car salesman. What kind of cars you sell? I could do this. I could do that. And the boss asks a couple more questions before he hires him. He goes, "Give me a tank. I'll sell the fucking tank." He says that, all kinds of stuff like that. Very funny.
Sounds hilarious. Carl wants to know what happens when shares people legitimately bought through brokers exceeds the number of shares available with all the naked shorting. Who's on the hook, especially if that puts them into insolvency?
The brokers. The brokers need to call up the guys who sold them the shares. That's how it works.
If BAM predicts a ladder attack Friday to screw the options players, is there a counter move we can employ?
Okay, listen, if this stock goes through 5, I put it up this morning, put the white flag up. It's going to 615. What counter move? They're dead. The real short is short 3.1 million shares at $1. It's 5. How much more life do you think he has in him? Who wants to lend him money? Hey, Tony, could you do me a favor? I'm short the stock at $1. I'm down 12 million. Can you lend me 20 million? What if the stock continues going up? Oh, you lose all your money. Get lost. Don't hang up on. The liability on a short sale or a naked short sale is infinite. Go look at VW. The guy jumped in front of a train. Why? He had $9 billion. He lost it all. That's why I keep trying to tell you, these guys are risking all this money. All right? It's late in the game. They should be moving to the sideline and getting the hell out of Dodge. That's what they should be doing.
What's your Twitter handle?
Some dumb fuck.
Sounds right.
Mm-hmm.
Just Google, just search Fngr on Twitter. You'll find it.
I don't know. I can't remember what the hell it is. It's ham naked shorts. Ham naked shorts. I don't know what ham means. I don't know why I haven't picked ham. I've gotten kicked off of Twitter 5 times. I lost 100,000 followers. I'm not here for that. I'm here to explain and tell you what it's about. Why am I here? I got my ass kicked in 2000. I'm not going away. I want my money back. These guys tried to ruin my life, but you know what? I'm getting them back. That's how it goes. That's it. You want to listen? I don't pay people to listen to me. I could care less. I get on a call when I want. I'm doing it anyways, like me working on the trading desk. It's the same shit. Excuse my French, girls.
Are you going to adjust your G-Bucks price targets once it starts to run?
Nah, I think we'll stay. I think that's good enough. I'll take 100 to 150 bucks.
Kitteridge says squeeze after 22.44. It's as good a number as any. Who knows? Schwab canceled a GTC order at 99. They have a right to do that, but just try a day order or, I don't know. what to tell you. How are you playing the June options? They're no longer cheap.
I don't own one June option, just Maze.
That June will get, all things being equal, June will get cheap Monday morning unless the stock price moves.
Listen, if the stock pulls back, they take the premium out. That's why I said sell the premium and move into the options that have very little premium. The May 6s have no premium. They got 2 days to go. That's why.
Gerald asks, I sold 72 of my August calls and bought 167 Junes. Okay, that's taking advantage of the premium.
Right. And I'm sure he put a little money in his pocket because there's got to be a discrepancy, right?
I hope so. Ham, my May 10 calls, 10 May 16 $4 calls just got sold at 90 cents. I made 600, bought it at 30 cents. That's pretty good.
There you go. That's what it's about. Listen, not every trade is going to make you $1 billion. Believe me, I owned Apple at $21 when they had the iMac going back in time. We all thought the company was going to go out of business. I told a bunch of people to buy it, and one of my friends, this woman Eileen, she bought it, and she never sold it. And she made millions of dollars from it. But she's held on to it for 25 years.
No, I didn't see that post. He already talked about that. Do you think the Alibaba press release would be after the market or pre-market? Nobody knows. It's just a rumor. I don't know. That's it so far. There might be more, but that's it so far.
Well, go until my son comes out, then I'll leave.
All right. Let's see what this is. I'm just making a little bit of money off the calls. I own 10,000 shares outright. That's perfect. Try to make money on the margin and keep your main position. That's great.
So you sell the calls. Let's say you made $500 on the calls, and you didn't make a lot of money. You sell your calls, right? And you say, okay, I put 10,000 into the stock. I put 10,000. I'm just going to save $1. You just made 500. Now you only invested 9,500. That's you just lower your cost a little bit. That's all.
So Reno G, homemade music. Hi, Ramen Soup's here. William, are you going to disclose who pays you to put on this YouTube show? Is it Ham or a huckster lawyer? By the way, I'll be at the SEC New York in July. Lunch at Harry's?
Yeah. We'll be glad. We'll be there with bells on. Come on down, buddy. Listen, William, stop addressing these people. They're full of shit. Get out of here.
If you really are Ramen Soups, I have no desire to even know you. I don't want to see you. But
hey, listen, William, all you have to do is look at them. We've been standing outside the SEC in Washington, D.C. Don't address these fools.
Anyway.
The people, listen, everybody, I'll tell you for the last time. We go to the police. Fools like that are just bullshitting you. All right? He's sitting in his mother's basement. He's a fool. How does anybody waste their time in a stock you don't even own? I'll give you an example. I bought Apple computer. I sold it. I lost. I went on Twitter and whatever, the raging, and I made fun of it every day. Sell your stock, sell your stock, sell your stock. For what? Why would I do that? That's what these guys are. They're losers. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
Whatever's got his balls twisted, if he has balls, they're twisted. I don't know. Go take it out on somebody
We
else.
adjust his post. I've already moved on. I don't give a shit.
Just move on.
I don't give a
Stop
shit.
listening to him. Stop listening to him.
I'm almost legend. He's a good guy. He held on a few of the $2 calls. He paid 14 cents and they're 275.
How's that for everybody? He paid 14 cents. They're $3 now. Easy $3, right?
He's going to sell today or tomorrow and pay off her credit card, which is brilliant. That is brilliant.
There you go. Wow, look at that.
That is brilliant.
And Ramen Noodles wants to fuck you in the ass because you're a jerk off. That's what he wants to do. That's what he's trying to do.
You're probably taking Ramen Noodles money to pay off your credit card. I love it. This guy put orders in at $100 the other day. He couldn't put one in at $30. Luck of the draw. Look, they can change the rules anytime. Just don't get caught up on the GTC. You're very active. Just do a day order or just watch it and put in a sell order. I've got 67 calls, $2 expiring tomorrow. Should I let them expire and make them give me shares? Let them find me the shares? I would call into your broker first and make sure you're doing the right thing. I wouldn't. Why exercise? You got to come up with $2 a share. Why don't you just sell them?
Just sell the calls.
Just sell them. Take the profit. If the
You got 67 calls, right? 64 calls.
67.
Every hour, sell 2 calls. You get an average price. Sell 2 calls.
If the price doesn't rocket tomorrow, what options would you be looking at on Monday? Well, depends on where. I know Ham's answer. He's going to tell you to look at the June, whatever's trading at 5 cents. Probably.
Listen, what we did to these people selling the options, we call it, we picked them off. The guy was selling them at a nickel and a dime, right? Now look at people selling options. They paid 14 cents, which is the same thing as a dime. And he's selling them at $3. Just put another zero in. Let's say it's a stock. You bought a stock at $14 and you sold it at $300. That's how big a move that is in that option. You guys don't realize what that is. When you buy an option at a quarter, you sell it at 50 cents, make it $25, you sold it at $50. How many stocks you buy at $25 and sell at $50? All right? Think about those numbers like that.
I wonder. Let me see. Here. Did you see the article on Seeking Alpha?
Do I see an article on Seeking Alpha? I heard about it.
Yeah.
My friend sent it to me. The guy's down 21% for the year. You can go listen to him. Go look.
Yeah.
Listen, the guy's writing articles from Singapore. The financial capital of the world is New York, in the U.S. Not Brazil. Not this place. Not that place. These guys throw hand grenades. Who's in Australia? Right? Let's talk about the guy in Australia, Jeff Easton's buddy, and how that Australian firm got caught with. Did you read that story? William?
Yeah.
It was a firm in Australia that was naked shorting. Go read about them. Christian Shaughnessy put it up. Go read about them.
Did you have traditional knee surgery or minimally invasive surgery? I had a
total knee replacement.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say they can do that minimally.
The key to the whole thing is the rehab. But if I have to do my right leg, which I assume someday I will, because I get my favorite, whatever it may be. But you have to work out. You gotta, you gotta keep the legs in shape. It's a lot easier. I got back out playing within 3 months. I was playing every day. I played 3 hours, 4 hours a day.
Can't the hedge funds who are shorting, if they're forced to buy, can't they just sell more shares short?
Yes, they can do that. That's exactly right. They can sell all they want. They don't have any. They're just making it up, right? And you can sit there and say, wow, if they can do that, how are we ever going to win? Well, if the system's going to continue to allow it, right? We should all get together, go to the Caymans, and let's do it ourselves. Let's go do it to IBM. Why would we go after a $4 stock, right? Why won't we just go out to sell Costco at $900? We can only sell a couple of shares a day and make more money, right?
But
The system will expose them. The naked short selling scam is going away.
bunch of people keep asking about ZJYL. I guess you have to repeat your answer on that.
ZJYL.
If you
Yes.
want to.
GDC just squeezed to 9, back down, so I expect ZJY to go. What day? I have no idea. I've always liked ZJYL because they did a forward split. They're the only ones that did that. Other than that, I don't know anything about it.
This gentleman took profits in $4 calls, and he now owns 100 for free.
That's all I want to hear. Everybody should be saying that, because that's the way you're going to learn how to trade the rest of your days.
Well, this guy bought the May, what strike price? The $4 at 4 cents, waiting for $1. Then I'll sell him. I don't know.
What is he? 15 cents away? Listen, don't wait. Don't ever.
I wouldn't wait. I would just.
If you're looking to sell them. Don't. 15 cents. What's the difference?
Yeah, I would get most.
I'm sure they're 90 cents.
I would get most of the trade you're looking for. If you're trying to get $1, take 80 cents, 90 cents, 85 cents. Just take most of it. Don't try to get an A+ on every trade. Get a C-.
If you sell them at 90 cents, you pay 14 cents or 4 cents, whatever you pay for them. You clear 70 cents profit. Take 20 cents, you buy the May 6s at 20 cents, put 50 cents in your pocket, and you don't give a shit what happens in the world.
Fingers up to 492. Let me see the volume.
Is it really?
Well, that's what this gentleman just said, 495.
Well, then he's going to sell his calls in a second at $1.
Yeah, he'll get out at $1.
Congratulations.
490, 491, 489 to 494, 1,260,000.
Remember, stocks love to go to the round numbers. The whole number is going to 5. So it's going to trade at 5 shortly.
Sue points out that Seeking Alpha usually is a vehicle for the shills. And
there you go.
That's
Congratulations. Thank you. That's a great thing to say. Someone actually learned what's going on. See, what they do, William, they put a story out, and then they attack. So this morning the story came out. What did they do? They attacked. Well, we turned it around because I told you we had buyers. Now those people that sold it all the way down to $4.30, whatever, $4, thought they were going to break it. Now they're panicking, trying to cover. Congratulations. We call that a bear trap.
Right. No more questions yet. 16.
Tonight I'm going to get fried chicken with my friend. Go to his fried chicken store. Best fried chicken around.
It's
That's what I'm thinking about.
Fried chicken?
That's what I'm actually thinking about.
494 to 495. There used to be a chicken store up near you called Pudgy's. I don't know if it's still around, but they would fry chicken without the skin. That was their gimmick. 494 to 495, 1.28 million.
All right, so there you go. Went up to the shorts that were selling it at 2, 3, 4, right? Where are they? Now the volume's drying up. They're not selling as much. Soon the floodgate's gonna open, and it's gonna be the running of the bulls. Hey, if someone can make me I want to get a photo of an tell Jeff Easton next time he goes swimming, tie this around him. Think about what a scumbag this guy's been. He's destroyed companies, and he walks around like who the fuck he is.
Sue DeWerf Panzarino will teach you how to surf if you ever come to Florida.
Where is he in Florida?
Near the water?
Well, there's a on the West Coast.
Oh.
Anyway, I went surfing in Hawaii. I got a quick story for you. I was a pretty good baseball player, and I went. This tells you my age. I was brought in as a ringer to play for Pan Am Airlines. They flew me first class to Hawaii to play for the Pan Am, whatever their softball team. I played softball. The first game there, fly me over first class, beautiful hotel. I get on second base. The guy hits a base hit. I go into home plate, win the winning run, slide head first to win the game. I don't know anybody. I got 1,000 scrapes on my body, and I had to go surfing the next day with all those scrapes on me, and it was miserable. That's the only time I ever went surfing. With 1,000 cuts on me.
It's now 498, 493 to 495. So I guess they're trying to pull it back. 1.3 million. Oh, Sue was at Cocoa Beach. I used to go to Cocoa Beach with my grandparents. Cocoa Beach.
Is that Cocoa Beach in Daytona?
It's near where the Rockets. I remember that. Where the
I always wanted to go.
Kennedy.
To see the Kennedy Space Center see a launch. I never got the time to do it. I never got a chance to do it.
Didn't Bam say after 2 more dips the stock might jump up? I don't know. I don't follow Bam, but maybe Bam is
Bam
good.
said, Bam said, this is exactly what he said. After 2 more sips, it's going to go up. He's drinking, that guy. He's a good guy, smart.
I don't know.
Bam doesn't understand momentum in the stock market. I do.
I am Mark Lynch says, Ham, cement shoes and a boat ride are better fit for Jeff Easton. See you in New Orleans after this is over?
I hate New Orleans. The last time I went to the LSU Florida State game. The game was great, and we couldn't get a cab. I hit the Four Seasons down by the casino, and I had to walk past all this shit. It was just a shitty place. It smells like urine. And one of our shareholders is a police officer down there, and it's a dangerous place.
The cockroaches are huge.
I'm sure.
Kelly Slater. I don't know who Kelly Slater is, but that's Cocoa Beach. Spoofing like crazy. Well, the volume's only 1.32, so I don't think it's crazy yet.
The volume is not the volume. If they're spoofing, they don't want to sell. I keep telling you that.
No, I know, but
eventually they're going to get their wings
flipped
and they can only spoof.
I don't have the level. I can't see all that, so I'm not the best source. Give me the address of that rat's nest in Boca near the Cheesecake Factory. Well, I assume you can go to the Cheesecake Factory and you probably see them.
I used to trade on Glades right next to the Cheesecake Factory. Boca Raton has tons of niggas short sellers. They're like flies down there. I think I used to trade in the Spear Leafs had an office there before they were taken over. I think it was Spear Leafs. I can't remember.
If you hit Tampa, I'll take you to Burns Steakhouse.
I'll be there. I always love a free meal. The last time I was in Tampa, I went to the Rams Tampa Bay playoff game. And I bet my friend if the Rams won, I would get him. I had to go see the Rams against the 49ers and had to go to LA with them to see that game.
Well, KYP, it's good to see you.
She's back.
Raman has brought up sexual predictor of a child. I don't know what you mean, but he's an evil guy.
KYP, you're from Brooklyn. Take care of him for us. Slap him around a little bit.
I don't know what you mean by that. Is that something to do with me? I'm not a sexual predictor of anything. Okay, you're welcome, I guess. Plenty of sharks out there. Yeah, let Ramen meet us in Brooklyn. He'd get creamed. Yeah. Sue was a shark attack survivor. Wow. A black top hit me on the foot. Satellite Beach. Wow. Wow.
I don't even go on a boat anymore. I'm a chicken in the sea.
The Pan Am softball games discontinued after the 2003 games. Well, Ham could have still been there.
I'm talking a long time ago.
KYP says, I don't know what this means. There's actual sockets on Ramen. He will never meet up. I don't know what that means.
We don't care about him. Stop. Okay. Did we get through 5 yet?
No.
They're going to put up another wall. I keep telling you, the more they sell, the higher it goes. These guys are making, let me just tell you this, William, and I'll leave you with
this. If I knew Ham were in my high school state, I would have had the police arrest him. You can guess who wrote that.
Rosenberg?
Yeah, Rosenberg. He's getting back at you.
I told you, if he was in my platoon and I was in Vietnam with him, I would send him out to Steve, go check that place 25 yards up the road, and I would have the whole troop run away the other way. But he would always come back. So what I was trying to tell you is before, these guys are making the cardinal sin of trading. They're trying to hold it down and sell more and more to protect their position. That is the wrong thing to do. They should let the stock run, but they can't let it run because they can't afford the transaction. That's why. So their margin is going to get them. They can't hold it down. The margin's going to get them. It's the cardinal sin. What I do, I told you before, I buy the stock at 4. I tell all my friends, go buy it. Where is it? 405. They all buy it. If I buy it at 4 and I call you up and it's 10, and I say, William, go buy the stock, it's 10. You're going to sit there, why didn't you tell me at 4? That's what stops a short squeeze. But they can't let it go up. So the only choice is to make it worse for themselves. Hopefully that they can win by us collapsing or giving up on ourselves. So having people posting, getting people to sell, that's their defense right now. And it's only making it worse. Listen, I get what they're doing. They're trying to I would do the same thing if I was short. I'd be posting everything. Everybody would do the same thing. Listen, when a rat is trapped, they're going to fight to try to get out. That's what he's trying to do. We got it. We've all seen this movie before.
There's only 2 kinds of shorts. Anyway, Kelly Slater is the GOAT of surfing. I didn't know that. Burns is one of the best steakhouses in the countries.
I've been to good steakhouses. For some reason, I love Smith & Wollensky's, the Cajun ribeye, pea soup, hash browns. They're very good. That's what I always get when I go out.
Everybody loves seeing KYP. Julian just turned in. How high can Fngr go in the next month? I don't know. That's up to you, but
well, Julius, they haven't bought back a share yet. The option guy he's dying because he's short all those calls. And it goes to 5. He's got another batch. What's the open interest? Can someone tell us what the open interest is?
I don't have this. I don't have the service.
Not you, and someone to tell us.
Why don't the $2 calls for June move a lot? Because the stock hasn't really moved a lot, and the action's here right now, but there's too much premium in the $2. They trade as if they were the stock for now.
They trade at parity.
They trade at parity. Sold my first call, $4 at 88 cents. Good for you.
There you go.
Ask Busy Brands about ramen soup and the allegation. What allegations? I have no idea.
We don't care about them.
Massive wick down on the SPY. Well, I don't know. We're not talking about the SPY.
I don't care about the futures.
I want Ham to play ramen spoop and pickleball. Well, why waste? Life is short. Why waste your time?
Listen, I used to pitch. I'll throw a few hard balls at him. That I can do. I bumped into a gentleman that I played hardball with. I used to play in these national tournaments down in Fort Myers. I used to play at the Twin Stadium and the Red Sox Stadium. And I used to play in over 38 hardball for a long time. And I hit this one guy a couple of times over the years. And next thing, we're on a pickleball court. He goes, "I know you." I go, "Who are you?" And he told me that he was I played hardball against him. I hit him all the time. Now I'm hitting him with pickleballs.
Would you rather have 500 shares of G-Bucks, or would you convert that to Fngr?
I'm a believer in that. If I ever buy a stock and I sell one to jump to the other, one will go down, the other will go up.
I tend to agree with that. You shouldn't. Whatever. You got to make your own. Trust. You know what? Ask yourself that question when you go to sleep tonight. You'll have an answer in the morning. Peter Luger Steakhouse is better.
Listen, I know it's better, but I kind of like that one better.
Do you think?
Go try the Cajun ribeye. Go try it.
Do you think I should move my call from May $2 to June $2?
No.
It's going to cost you a lot of money.
I think you should sell your May $2 calls at $3, right? And you could buy cheap options. That's what I would do. I would never buy the deep in the money calls.
Yeah. So.
But you see what they do when they attack. They try to drive it down. They were driving it down to 4 today, right?
Yeah.
They wanted people to panic out. I was trying to calm everybody down. I told everybody, calm down. I actually put up a post to Rodney Dangerfield, told everyone to relax.
I'm working on a new venture. Oh, yeah? Yeah, but nothing's happening yet. She just moved in. Something like that.
So the stock got to almost $5, and they pushed it back down again. That's what someone just said.
Yeah, it's 1.36 million shares. It got to 498. It's now 480 to 484. And yeah, that's it.
That's what we always, Christian Shaughnessy put up a post. Who's only interested, we talk about stock settlement. We want stock settlement. That's all we want. All right, listen, everybody, I'm barreling my ass around. I'm going to go play ball this afternoon. Going to get my fried chicken tonight. If anything great happens this afternoon, tonight, I'll reach out to you, William. Other than that, I'm done for the day.
All right. Thank you.
All right, people. Have a great day. Thank you.
Hey, KYP, are you saying that he made allegations about me? Because if he's put something in writing, that's libel, and it's liable to get him in trouble. But anyway, I don't follow Twitter just because of the evilness out there. Wow, Nix is down 8 cents. It's pretty pensible. It's 2:15. Let me see. Somebody was asking. Somebody was asking how they buy silver. And one author, Peter Krauth, writes in his book on chapter 41 about physical silver, and that was the question. How do I buy physical silver? So I can let you know what he says. I don't know if you're asking that of me or him. I would, the interest I would have is if it's to solve the problem. You know, I'm no Richard Gere. I see. He did it. I got you. I heard that same thing about Double D, something like that. So it's not good. No good, Nix. Ladder attack on Fngr. I don't know what that means. 475, 478. As far as they're just crossing, spoofing, faking, colluding. All right, let me quickly answer that guy's question on physical silver. According to Peter Krauth, it'll at least give us something to hear. I try to force information in as we sit here waiting for the stock to trade. Have you ever had a pure silver coin in your hand? If not, go buy one. You'll be impressed. Most are beautifully crafted with intricate designs that are part shiny, part matte, and often with milled edges. A 1 ounce coin has a certain weight, which gives it almost a magical quality. I especially like the ones produced by national mints for their connection to history. For instance, did you know that the United Kingdom's Royal Mint was established over 1,000 years ago in 886 and was first located in the Tower of London? No, I didn't know that. As I explained in an earlier chapter, owning even a little physical silver is an excellent way to hold solid financial insurance that has stood the test of time. Silver is an ideal form of money because it's a precious metal like gold and shares many of its benefits. When you own silver, it's like you are your own central bank. How long have I been preaching that? We have to be our own central banks. One of silver's most important features is that it has no counterparty risk. Unlike a stock or bond, physical silver is not someone else's liability. That's a pretty important statement. Physical silver, unlike a stock or a bond, is not someone else's liability. Very interesting. It's indestructible, private, can't be hacked, and it retains its value. As well, the metal is fungible, meaning all silver of the same purity is essentially identical, making it a commodity. It is in limited supply, it's highly divisible, and it's universally recognized and desired. Silver and other precious metals, as a side note, are traditionally measured in troy ounces. This unit of weight is named after the city of Troy in France. The troy ounce was commonly used in Europe during the Middle Ages, but today it might be troyer, but today is only used in trading precious metals and gems. The troy ounce is about 10% heavier than a common ounce, weighing in at 1.097 oz. Collective coins called numismatics are a whole other market, and I just stay away from those. I'm going to skip that. Okay, one option is silver bars. This is the way to get the most silver for your money. These are typically available in 10 ounce, 1 kilogram, 100 ounce, and even 1,000 ounce sizes. They are available as generic from lesser known companies. However, I recommend sticking with the globally recognized mints or refiners, such as Royal Canadian Mint, Engelhard, Johnson Matthey, Harius, and Pamp Suisse, to name a few. These will cost a little more, but you'll receive more when you sell your silver. The 1,000 ounce silver bar is approximately 1,000 ounces and is typically produced by a refiner on the Good Delivery Silver Bars list. It qualifies as COMEX acceptable deliverable bar. Silver coins. My preference, it's 481 right now, 478 to 482, 1.42 million shares. My preference is for government mint produced bullion coins. They are smaller than most silver bars. It's easier to add several together to reach a desired value. They are easily recognized everywhere. Size, silver content, and purity standards tend to stay constant over time. And they also benefit from the same coin remaining in production for decades. The following are all equally good options, but it makes sense to buy coins that are either issued by your own government mint or are commonly available where you live. The Canadian Maple Leaf 1 ounce coin. It's produced by the Royal Canadian Mint, and it's one of the world's most recognizable silver coins. What's more, they have set the standard for purity at 0.9999 fine silver. Others reach only 0.999 fineness. It has a face value of $5, meaning it's worth at least Canadian $5. This is the highest of all high volume minted silver bullion coins. All of these features combine to make it one of the world's most popular silver bullion coins. Naturally, on one side, the coin has a large, detailed maple leaf. On the reverse is a profile of Queen Elizabeth II. I wonder if they've changed that to King Charles. The American Eagle silver 1 ounce coin. It's been produced by the U.S. Mint since 1986 and is one of their all-time best sellers. Over 500 million sold. The stock is 480 to 482, 1.42 million. It's the world's most popular 1 ounce silver bullion coin. Its weight, content, and purity are all government mandated, guaranteed. After 35 years, the American Eagle was redesigned in 2021. An updated full-length figure of Liberty appears on the obverse, and a new eagle image carrying an oak branch appears on the reverse. It contains 1 troy ounce of 0.99 fine silver and has a face value of $1 US. The Austrian Philharmonic silver 1 ounce coin. The stock is 475 to 481. It's produced by the Austrian Mint and celebrates the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra, depicting an assortment of musical instruments, including the string, bass, cellos, violins, and harp, a Viennese horn, and a bassoon. The obverse shows the great organ of the Musikverein, a concert hall in Vienna. The Austrian Mint has produced tens of millions of these coins, which come at 0.99 purity and sport a face value of €1.5. When you buy any coin, consider that the regular premiums on smaller silver items tend to run 15% above the spot price. This isn't cheap, but there are several reasons. Given that the value of an ounce is relatively low, especially when compared to gold, the mint's production costs are proportionally high. Government mints add a surcharge for seigniorage to cover production, distribution, and profit. Coin dealers will add their own fees for buying, selling, and inventorying and shipping. Sometimes premiums can vary a lot, but they normally run about 12 to 15% above the spot price. During the 2008 financial crisis, some dealers were selling silver coins at an astronomical 75% above spot price. And then when the pandemic, which has a name, hit in 2020, mint-produced coins saw premiums shoot up to 50% and higher. Use a reputable dealer. Junk silver. Junk silver is a misleading term. It consists of silver US quarters, dimes, and half dollars minted pre-1965. As coins struck before that date contain 90% silver and 10% copper. Junk silver is sold in bags of $100 face value or 1,000 face value. Typically, the $100 face value bags contain 1,000 dimes or 400 quarters or 200 half dollars. Usually the denominations are not mixed. Since these coins were in circulation for decades, wear and tear may mean they no longer contain 90% silver. Instead, they typically contain, the bag contains 71.5 ounces of silver. Why own junk silver? There are 6 basic reasons. 1, it's a finite commodity, no longer being produced, so it's scarce. 2, it's a product which is easily recognizable. 3, it's divisible, so you can use small amounts to pay for something. 4, it requires no assaying. It was produced by the government and everyone recognizes what you have. You don't need to run tests. 5, it's utilitarian. 6, it's declared legal tender. It won't be compensated, most people think. A couple of vital points. If you're a Canadian, keep in mind that if you buy a bag of US junk silver, the market for it exists in the United States. If you wanted to sell it in Canada, you'd probably have to accept a discount since it's not legal tender there. However, Canadians can buy pre-1967 junk silver Canadian coins, which were produced with about 80% silver content. Be sure to buy from a reputable dealer. This is probably the single most crucial aspect of purchasing junk silver. All right, we can get back. You had your lesson for the day. Fngr is 486, 486 to 488, 1.44 million shares sold so far. Yeah, I think the Canadian Maple Leaf at 0.999 is valued for its purity, and it's recognized, so it's a good one. But there's nothing wrong with the US silver mint coin either. It just doesn't have quite the amount of purity, so the prices adjust for that. Last trade 487.67. I almost have it memorized. Follow Richard Hoffman. US coins have 10% copper, 1 ounce versus 1 troy ounce. I guess you're talking about the pre-65. I like getting the most ounces of silver for my money. I buy the lowest premium silver and get the most silver. This is a very good point. And I'll run through my sort of places I would go. If you're a really wealthy person, I would go to Egon von Greiritz, but the minimums are basically the cost of a home. But that's where I would go. It's Switzerland. It's stored in an Alp. And it's 1,000-ounce bars, so you get the most silver for your money. For junk silver, I would go to APMEX, APMEX. You can buy all sorts of silver at APMEX, but They have their service is excellent. They've been around. They respond if you have to sell. Their system works terrifically. They're reputable. But other silver dealers are out there. John has one, I think, in Palm Springs. There's also SD Bullion. I've dealt with in the past. I haven't used them, but I really like this guy at Miles Franklin. Very knowledgeable. But there's a whole bunch of reputable silver dealers, and there are probably going to be more. But I would do my junk silver at APMEX. I would buy U.S. mint coins. I would buy it from Mike Maloney Maloney at goldsilver.com. His hair is gray now. It used to be red. He's a very thorough guy. He's engaging, and his motives are to teach you and to be honest. I really like him, and his product mix it's like having a short menu instead of the big long menu at APMEX. So I would just focus there on the U.S. silver Eagles. And but he sells other things too. One of his items that he sells I really like. He sells gold in the form of jewelry that's very plain. You know, it's not going to impress P. Diddy, but you could wear it and fly out of Dulles Airport and land in Colombia with, $20,000 worth of gold hanging around your neck and your arms and your ankles. So it's a way of bringing a nest egg with you. There are other silver companies. There's other gold. There's other ways of doing it. There's one that's called, anyway, I won't talk about any else. We should talk about Fngr. But there are going to be so many calls for you to trade and buy silver. I would not buy anything that's sent to you in the mail. I get this all the time. I always get this. And I consider buying it because they give you one coin for free. But I don't know. I think it really is important to stick with a reputable dealer. There was a guy, he was really great. I don't remember the name of his mint that I bought a lot of silver from. And ultimately he went out of business because it's a thin margin business. He tried to do it all himself and he got underwater and he couldn't recover. I felt badly for him because he always kept his word. He was really good, but it's gone now, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, let's move on. Platinum. Well, this guy, John, keeps asking me about platinum, and I don't have anything to say. Because nobody, believe it or not, none of the big players ever really talk about platinum or palladium. I've heard Jim Rogers talk about it just as a throwaway, but I haven't heard anybody really emphasize it. There is this small reference here, if I can find it, to platinum's trading. If I can find it. I had it before I turned on, and I guess Oh, it's palladium, maybe. Now here's the platinum. Here's the platinum. So he gives this chart of platinum, which is about 4 years old. It goes out to 2017, so it's more than that old. But he says, observing what happened to platinum, this chart, this is the chart, which he got from bar chart. This chart referenced the 2008 all-time high, fully $500 an ounce above the 5-year chart pattern previously shown. He doesn't have another chart. A trader would have had at least 6 months to have ridden or offset their trade between 1800 and 2200 plus. Consider the possibility that when silver achieves its all-time high, it may print a chart pattern like this one. After dropping about 65% down, it could then retrace up 50% of the entire bull move before heading lower for a generation. That's all he said. It's possible, but much less likely, that the last phase of this precious metals bull market will end with a rounding top, which will take a while to form. This would give market participants quite a bit of time to sell into a series of rallies, which will be looked as the bull market peak. And then he has a 5-year platinum chart, but he doesn't print it. He says, this is the chart. He says, it's this chart right here that I just showed you. He says, the best case scenario is demonstrated in the 5-year platinum chart. After a lofty top of 2200 an ounce and the ensuing waterfall decline into 800, platinum built itself a bull market echo over the next 2 years. Then over several months, a series of higher highs were registered until the ultimate reaction peak took place just above 1900. Frankly, we don't recall seeing another market which gave the buy and hold crowd this kind of second chance after such a collapse. Anyway, he's saying you basically should have gotten out in that high. I did, John, I did bring up this again for you, if it'll show up. This is Mike Maloney's this is his cheat sheet. So if the gold-silver ratio is under 50, he buys 100% gold. If it's over 80, he buys 100% silver. And he doesn't talk about platinum or palladium. And I don't know. I was going to do some work today on it, but I ended up going live. After last night, or yesterday afternoon, I wasn't going to go to live for days, if ever again. But this morning, Ham wanted to go live. Fngr is now 493. Almost 1.5 million shares. So then he's got a ratio there. I don't know. You can do it in that ratio if you want. I personally think silver is where to be, all the way down to 50. But that's the chart. I brought that out for you. I also want to show you guys, I did 2 charts on Fngr. This is the chart that one just a simple chart that shows the difficulty getting through $4, but it achieved it, right? It achieved it. And then there's the $7 number. I showed you that one yesterday. Let me see this one. Shoot. I showed you that one yesterday. I have 2 more that I did. I guess they didn't come up. Let me just see if I can bring them up. They may not come up, and I'm probably gonna lose all the comments by doing this. They might not come. 90 to 491, 488 to 491. Right now at 246. All right, here. This is what I wanted to show you. This is a chart on Fngr that I printed this morning. And the reason I circled the 2 yellows is just to point out that the pullback, the red on that first yellow, ended up rallying much higher. So I just wanted to throw out as a consideration that the pullback could lead to the stock going higher. There's reasons to be cautious here too. There's a little gap down at about $2.25. I don't really think it'll come down and touch that, but that wouldn't be fun. The other thing is, if the stock, it didn't happen today, which is great, but if the stock had gone under, I don't know, 350, 360, that might have been a little bit alarming, but the stock didn't do it. So I was going to show you this, but Ham came on before I ended my disquisition on GTII and Fngr, basically. All right, so then I wanted to show you this chart. That vertical line, that resistance line, it really matched up this morning to the $5 number. You can see it in green. And it's a pretty, accurate resistance line. Is it significant? I don't know. But the stock hit 17 roughly, and then did this whole dance downward. Then it hit 9 roughly and did the whole collapse. And then it hit, I don't know what that is, $8 and came back down. And now it's in that $5 range. And I think this chart is daily, not minutes or hourly. So I just wanted to point out that that green line could present resistance And resistance has to be worn down before the chick falls in love with you. So it's got to break through to then become support. I don't know. Is it significant? I don't know. But I wanted to show it to you. And then the blue line is $7. And you can see with your eye that that has a significance over time where the stock has gone to 7 and pulled back over and over again. It's also broken through. And that gives you the purple line, which I actually think is more important. I think the purple line is more important than the blue line. But anyway, it's $7 and $8. $7 and $8. So breaking through with volume through 7 or 750 or 8 might be all you need to really catch some momentum and legs. Now, you may ask me, why am I not focusing on, I guess that looks like around 10, and the other one looks around 17. Those could have important pauses too, but because I'm such a bad chartist, I make some assumptions, and assumptions get you in trouble, I'm sure. But I think after $17, the stock took such a long and such a disastrous dive that I think most of the people that were in it up there are long gone. And I feel the same way about the $10 number. I could be wrong. But all charts are trying to show you is, in this case, as you're going up, is where did they buy the stock? And they've held on, and once they get back to that price, they're going to sell. And that's what a lot of these lines are. That's what resistance is. But anyway, the computers all trade by their numbers too. Platinum. I'll try to get better on platinum. I just don't have much in front of me. I like pure versus diluted with copper. Yeah. It doesn't matter. I mean, but yes, there'll come a time where it'll be unobtainable. John has this local coin store I think it's in Palm Springs, which is selling junk silver. He calls it constitutional silver at spot. That's amazing. And I think they ship. You'd probably have to pay for the shipping. Yeah, that wasn't fun, but you guys, you don't have to, as much as they want to imply that somehow I'm getting a big financial reward out of doing this. I'd just be happy if everybody, all of you, made money on your trades. And I really want everyone to start thinking in the context of becoming your own central banker. What I mean by that is getting your income and your debt under control, hopefully owning your house, but you don't have to own a house, learning to do what you know how to do, building your friendships and your family relationships, staying in good health, working on your spirituality, whatever that means, probably learning skills that you can imagine would be useful in a world where you might not travel as much, or where gender studies PhDs won't be valuable, where investment bankers will be out of a job. Those kind of world. But you'll know things you like to do. But most importantly, I want you to build up your reserves of physical silver, physical gold, platinum, palladium. I want to get you looking into miners. We're not there yet, and I don't want to distract from your trades right now. But I also think oil and gas, basically, if you are a bartender and people pay you X amount for your fare and a couple of beers backed up by a whiskey, and they tip you and you get a certain salary, that skill of being a bartender earns a certain amount of purchasing power right now. That's likely to continue into the new financial world after the panic, after the adjustment period. So that's a skill that possibly keeps your income and your social standing at the same level. I think that can also apply to things like farming, income off of oil and gas, mining, gold and silver, possibly crypto. You guys know a lot more about crypto than I do, but I'm learning and I'm fascinated by it. Other things like clean fish, clean water, clean vegetables, all those things. Anyway, well, let's keep going. You can still get an ounce of silver. One coin is larger. Yeah. No buy from APMEX. I don't know about that. If you had a bad experience, you're welcome to tell everybody. But I've dealt with APMEX a lot, and they're not as personal in a way because they're so much bigger. But I've never been disappointed by their service. I've never been disappointed by the service at gold, silver, or SD bullion. I've never been disappointed, ever. I got a crack. Oh, you do get a lot of change in your business. That's interesting. That's interesting. And in the toll booths and things like that. Let's see if there's any news going on. This is the most hated melt up ever. I told you guys what was going to happen, and now everybody's talking about it. So it says Ukraine will never recognize occupied territories. Well, Europe wants to go to war. I think Trump should just stay the hell away from it. All right. I'm just going through, see if there's anything of interest. European war is inevitable. Darn it, darn it, darn it. This is from Martin Armstrong, posted today. Well, here we are on the 15th, right on schedule. Your model turns up and it looks like no deal. So Armstrong says, Putin said their purpose would be to remove the root causes of the conflict and move towards creating a long-term durable peace in a historical perspective. Zelensky said he was prepared to attend, but only if Putin is also there, because, quote, everything in Russia depends on the Russian leader, as if that's not the case in the Ukraine. Trump was also not there. Zelensky is a neo-Nazi, and he takes orders from the EU and NATO. He wants every Russian dead. What would he do if Russia left the Donbass? He has outlawed them from speaking Russian, denied them any right to vote, outlawed Orthodox Christianity, and outlawed them from even celebrating Christmas. The Ukrainian people have no choice, either to die for the neocons or rise up and overthrow Zelensky. Contacts in Romania realize the EU is trying to orchestrate them into war with Russia. The strategy here is to send the Eastern Europeans in to kill as many Russians as possible, and then Macron can invade Russia like Napoleon. Our model peaked intraday in the last quarter of 2024, with the third quarter of 24 as the highest quarterly closing. The correction was to be into the first quarter, and then the second quarter was a directional change. We will now head into the third quarter of 25, which should reflect the failure of any peace deal, because any ceasefire is only to regroup and rearm Ukraine. There is no resolution to this, and the EU will never allow Ukraine to have peace. There was a peace deal. Putin withdrew his tanks around Kiev, and Boris Johnson flew to Ukraine and instructed Zelensky not to sign any peace deal. More than 1 million Ukrainians are now dead. My sources in the United States military confirm that all the claims that Russia has lost 1 million are fake news. This is all to push for war. Europe does not want peace. They are broke. And without war, the people will be storming their parliaments with pitchforks to hang these politicians in the street. For everything they were promised will vanish in a sovereign default. They need a distraction, and that is war with Russia. The same as Carney ran against Trump in Canada and avoided all domestic economic damage carried out by the Liberal Party. It is not a question of if, but only when. That is our computer, not my personal opinion. Damn it. I hope Trump can stay out of that war. I hope Trump can stay out of that war. Better yet, I hope Trump goes in on the war on the side of Russia. Is there a rumor about Alibaba? David, I don't want to comment. Ham came on and made his representations about a rumor that he heard. I wrote it down, but I'm not going to repeat it because I didn't hear it other than here with Ham. You can rewind to hear what Ham said, but I would prefer not to repeat the rumor. That's just my choice. I don't want to repeat the rumor. I was taught over the years and at the best firms on the street. I trained at Merrill Lynch when Merrill Lynch's training was numero uno, when getting a job there was difficult. I don't know what it's like anymore. But we were trained not to traffic in rumors. Now, if you're a friend of mine, I don't know you, but if you're somebody I'm talking to and I know you're under that same cone of understanding, I'll talk with you about it. But I don't know you. I don't know your tolerance for analyzing a rumor versus something factual. And I just don't want to traffic in rumors. I'd rather know the information. I'd rather be late on the trade. If something is printed, if something is published in a news story, my opinion, there'll still be plenty of time to benefit from that. You might have to pay a higher price if a rumor is true and they put it out Monday. The stock, I'm making it up. I'm totally making it up. The stock might open at $15. But if it's true, then it's probably worth paying $15 because you have the evidence and you could argue the stock should go much, much higher. When you buy on rumor, you run the risk that it's just a rumor. And also, there's an old saying, Senator. No, I won't repeat that one. There's an old saying that you buy on rumor, sell on news. I just don't want to. I don't want to traffic in it. G-Bucks has been in the quiet before the storm. Yeah. DBMM. William, I give up with you. I thought you are intelligent, but no. Okay. All right. You don't think I'm intelligent. Join the line. That's not something I've been accused of in my lifetime very often, but I accept it. I assume I'm not intelligent. There's no evidence of your intelligence anywhere, so why don't we just leave it at a standstill? But I don't claim to be intelligent. I don't claim to know everything. I ask some questions. If you're talking about what I talked about at the beginning, which I didn't get to finish because Sam called in, I just want to point out that the criminal system is stacked against us. They need us to get stock prices up, and then they have all sorts of trickery to go against somebody that seems to understand the market. They'll use that person. They'll use anybody, or they'll use the CEO, or the CEO's in on it, or whatever. Lawyers, they'll do anything. Research, they'll do anything to book their profit and stay out of jail. I think $150 target is too low. They might have a dividend in gold. Wow. And a possible retirement of shares. It could be another huge short squeeze. So that's Mike's opinion of G-Bucks, and I can't argue with that analysis. Blessed beyond measure. I hope both dogs are called Measure. I'd call the first dog measure and the other dog measure, or I'd call them both blessed. I wouldn't go anywhere without those dogs. They look great. Good boys and girls. Oh, there's a great video, Time Life video, but I didn't watch it yet. I want to watch it. But I can't play videos here without getting in trouble. So I won't. I think next week, Djokovic turns 38, and he's playing in a 250 point event. I look forward to watching that. I'm having a hard time finding any news that's interesting, which is good, I guess. I don't want to spoil the party, so I won't. Wow. Denver air traffic controllers lost communications for 90 seconds. So this has happened in Newark, Atlanta, and now Denver. If you were a conspiracy theorist, you would wonder if there's an actor out there that means us harm that's testing their little systems, and that at some point they're going to turn it on and shut down our skies. If you're a conspiracy theorist. Or you just figure it's just a coincidence. Just a coincidence. Trump is greeted by hair twirlers in Abu Dhabi. And he said, I love it. What Trump is doing is brilliant. And I know there's those of you who hate him, but he is reconnecting with the part of the world who sells their product, oil, in US dollars. And he's getting them to recycle those dollars. And it may give us more time to get each of our own individual financial orders, houses in order. I want to take a look at these little puppy dogs again. See, who would I want to hug first? I don't know. I don't think the German Shepherd-like dog would allow it. And the other dog would run around and wouldn't let me hold her. She'd be waiting for the big dog to decide. She might even bark. So I don't know who I'd get to hug first. I just have to wait till they came up and said hi. They're both great dogs, though. If you guys can excuse me for just a second, I have to pee. I'll be right back. If you sprinkle when you tinkle, well, just trying to think. Last night, I've had several of these calls where I've been very frustrated. And there's people out there I care about and I want to help, but I don't enjoy most of that. And, I have to defend myself against something I'm not even doing. And I just wonder if it's worth it. It bores me. I think that's my biggest difficulty is it bores me. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't want to make any decisions right now, but if I had my druthers, I would, when I try to explain things, it's not so I can be anti-Jewish. It's not so Cindy can get upset at me that Lou is dead. I try to call out what I see happening. I can be wrong. I'm not an attorney. So I don't expect what I say has to be entered into evidence in court. I try to back up every statement I say with either a picture, sometimes I read out of a book. I try to give you support for the ideas and thoughts I have. But a lot of this is circumstantial, and you have to guess what's going on. They don't let you know. But if you don't recognize the threat, even if you're wrong, you make an assumption. Oh, that's happened before. Maybe that's the threat. How do you protect yourself in the future? I don't know. But we're running out of time. I just want to make this really clear. The people come on here and they're trying to make rates of return like 1x, 2x, 3x, 5x, 10x, 20x. And they expect to do it with no risk. And then some shills come on and they say, well, Ham recommended such and such stock. Why is this any different? But then I'm not allowed to point out that very likely those stocks were squeezing, but they got interrupted. And I'm not allowed to tell you how, because one guy died. That guy, I think, would share the conversation. I don't think he was afraid of discussing how things work. But you know what? I don't want to get in those arguments anymore. I don't care. I don't care about just meaningless arguments. I don't care about those. What I'm trying to do, I've been trying to understand what's going on. And, I've read to you before, and I'll do it again right now. It's very quick, but it doesn't come across to anybody. I don't know why. I guess because it's complicated. I'm not saying you can't handle complicated. What I mean is, in the context of the stock market, it's just not something you're familiar with. So it doesn't register, which is like me in French class. I have no idea. I had a French teacher tell me I was the worst student she ever had. That's when I was an adult. I was in my, anyway, it was a French school here teacher. It's too bad. She was lovely. So David Rogers Webb talks about the great taking. And he's done a lot of research. And as written by David Morgan, according to Webb's research, the global financial system has increasingly engaged in a practice where all securities, stocks, bonds, other financial assets, are used as collateral by the world's largest banks. This practice is known as collateral management, and it's carried out without the explicit knowledge of you. The financial securities are pooled in centralized depositories like the Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation. Through this system, securities are rehypothecated. So in other words, they've already been hypothecated. Let's just look up what they say the definition of hypothecate is. It's just to confuse you. They're just Xeroxing the same title to the car and lending on it. Darn it. They're just stealing. But they're allowed to, as you're going to find out. I guess it's a real estate term. It's a pledge. She arranged to hypothecate her half of the equity to pay for the charger. The meaning of hypothecate is to pledge as security without delivery of title or possession. Hypothecation occurs when an asset is pledged as collateral to secure a loan without giving up title, possession, or ownership rights. Hypothecate means to pledge something as security for a loan without the actual delivery of the item pledged. To pledge to a creditor as security without delivering over mortgage. To put in pledge for a loan. It means a contract of mortgage or pledge in which the subject matter is not delivered into the possession of the pledgee. Hypothec, Hypothec, hypothec gives a creditor a preferential right to have claims paid out of the hypothecated property as last recourse when the debtor is in default. Anyway, you get the idea. So, through this system, securities are rehypothecated. So they've already been hypothecated once. They've already been pledged as collateral once. They are rehypothecated multiple times, creating extensive collateral chains which contribute to the rapid expansion of the derivatives market. And then he blames it on the 70s because he doesn't want to blame it on Bill Clinton. But it was legally formalized through the 1994, you can look it up, who the president was, 1994 revision of the Article 8 of the Uniform Commercial Code in the United States. This effectively transferred ownership of securities to central depositories, stripping investors of direct property rights and putting their assets at risk in a market crisis. This revision of UCC Article 8 introduced the concept of quote unquote securities entitlements, which replaced direct ownership of securities. Securities entitlements replaced direct ownership of securities. Instead, you receive a contractual claim effectively allowing the central depository to utilize your securities as well. Rehypothecation, the practice of reusing pledged collateral to secure multiple obligations, lies at the heart of this schemer. When banks engage in derivatives trading, they are using securities held at the DTCC as collateral without your knowledge. The U.S. Federal Reserve acknowledged this in legal documents, explicitly stating that you, quote, do not have rights attaching to particular securities in the pool, unquote. Instead, you hold only a pro rata claim to a collective securities pool, effectively making you an unsecured creditor in the event of insolvency. These structures effectively have turned securities ownership into a form of indirect claim. Rather than your having outright ownership, you are granted a contractual claim. But that in return for that claim, financial institutions are allowed to prioritize their own interests in use of your assets. If a major financial crisis were to occur, the first rights to your securities would go to the secured creditors involved in the derivatives contracts, which is what short selling is, by the way. All this naked short selling is derivative contracts. Not to you yourself. This legal arrangement has allowed the derivatives market to grow to a staggering 1.5 quadrillion. Let me state it a different way. 1,500 trillion. This explosive growth has been driven by the unregulated and limited use. Can you say Graham Leach Bliley Act, signed into law by President Bill Clinton under the advice of Robert Rubin? This explosive growth in derivatives has been driven by the unregulated and limitless use of your securities as collateral by the banksters. As more institutions become dependent on rehypothecated collateral that's claimed multiple times, the financial system becomes increasingly fragile. The failure of a single major institution could trigger a cascade of defaults. If a default were to take place, your financial institution would have the legal authority to seize your securities as collateral, used as collateral. So Bill Clinton's ruling is a contradiction to the Securities Act. Two Securities Acts. Which one takes precedence? Do you think lawyers can dazzle the judge with bullshit long enough to extricate their clients from jail? I think so. Anyway, I want to talk to one. I think his name is 100%. It might be 100 miles per hour, but I want to talk to somebody really brilliant about that, because I think I'm missing a piece as to why would there be forced buy-ins anywhere, because they can just hypothecate another set of collateral or rehypothecate. Sing us a song. You're the piano man. And I only have 11 likes. Nobody likes me. That's fine. I'm used to not being liked. Without a squeeze on Fngr, what is the fundamental price in your opinion? I don't have enough information to answer that. But in general, I would use the $35 million in revenue for the last 2 years, each year, approximately 35 million. And I would ask myself, what multiple would an investor give on 35 million in revenue that has low margin and in fact has some unpredictability to it? And they're based on those revenues. There's no evidence that the margin is ever going to increase. I would take that into account, and then I would look at the command and control contract, which we don't know anything about. We have one press release that indicates that it's exclusive and it covers the entire country. But then we have other press releases that state they won the tender in an auction process. So it's a little unclear what is it? Is it exclusive yet they still have to go to auction? I don't know. I might be misreading it. We need more evidence on that. But if I give value to that contract, I would add a premium to my valuation. If I give value to their relationships in China, I would add a premium. If I would give speculative value to the huge upside of insurance, reinsurance, and contracts in China, I would add that to my valuation. If I would give, just in general, a value to their data collection, I'd add that to my valuation. So where would I start? I'd probably start at 2 to 5 times revenues. 2 to 5 times revenues. So I would say 70 million market cap to 140 million, maybe 180 million market cap, 175 million market cap. That'd be my range. I would increase that value projection as they execute on these contracts. The problem with their current revenue, it's very low margin. But as the story clarifies, and particularly if this C2 contract is buttressed by a JV partner or a new investor, you could see a quantum leap in the value of the company. I don't know, conceivably it could go to $1 billion market cap. I don't know. I don't have the evidence. And that's why I've been saying for months that I'd like to see the annual report. More importantly, I want to see management's discussion in the filing. I want to read that. What does that break down to per share? Not knowing, there's so many variables, but just guessing. I would say if there's no squeeze and there's no new tremendous news, the stock could settle down anywhere between $2.50 and $4. Settle down. But we assume there's going to be pretty significant news. If it breaks 7 or breaks 8 on strong volume, I would think the settling down would be back to that $7 to $8 range. But you know, we're just guessing. We're just guessing. Sold some Fngr calls to buy G-Bucks. That could be a really exciting trade. It's got a short fuse, and G-Bucks break of 4 sends it. Fngr, we got 20 minutes to go. I think I'll sign off in 20 minutes because it's been a long day. It's 1.6 million shares, 483 to 484 on Fngr. G-Bucks is 389, up 10 cents. Nixie's under $2. Railtown is in the red slightly, half a penny. GME's 28.50. So Lion was, I'm not saying he was making a call either way, but he was onto something. It went up. I don't want to spoil the party, so I won't. She's so sad. All right, so this is an article for Lou, who finds Trump and truth oxymoronic. It's called The Great Gaslight, The Great American Gaslight. There's Lou's truth. This is by Sean Ring. Let's cut the crap. We were lied to, not just in passing, not subtly, not with the usual politicians wink and nod. No, we were blatantly, systematically, ruthlessly misled about the condition of President Joe Biden. For months, years, we watched the man stumble, mumble, shuffle, and freeze. We saw the confusion in his eyes, the halting gait, the disappearing act. But every time we raised a question, we were accused of cruelty, partisanship, or disinformation. Now that he's off the ticket, everyone's suddenly a neurologist. In a recent CNN segment, Jake Tapper dared to say he never saw any signs of Biden's decline. Really? Did you not monitor your videos? But I guess CNN and truth, that's a match. The White House staff insisted he was sharp behind closed doors. Media surrogates insisted that he was more engaged than ever. Karine Jean-Pierre blamed a cold. It was all gaslighting. Anyway, it goes on and on. I don't want to read anymore. It's another boring topic. Another boring topic. 15 minutes to go. Some polite advice. Take a vacation. Yeah, I think I do need to take a vacation, but I'm not in a position to do it, but I do think I should. I agree with that. I haven't had a good night's sleep in 2 months, and I agree with you. I think a vacation would be a good idea. So I'm going to read a little bit about Abdul Aziz, and I'll give you the price update as we go. Fngr's last trade is 479.5, 479 to 480. But I want to slowly put oil in your head as well. But I also, it interests me. I've read this book many times, but it's been a while since I read it. It's probably been 15 years since I read it. The world began to associate the Middle East with oil in the 1950s, though oil had been known in parts of this vast region for centuries. By the last decades of the 20th century, Middle East oil was the world's most important energy source, anchored by Saudi Arabia. The story of Saudi Arabia's ascent to the top position among major oil-producing nations provides insight into the challenges the kingdom faces today. This was written 20 years ago. The challenges the kingdom faces as it attempts to provide for a rapidly growing population with revenues from a handful of rapidly aging oil fields, while also fulfilling its tacit responsibility to the world oil markets. Few people outside the oil industry are at all knowledgeable about how oil is found, produced, and transported to market. The Middle East and Saudi Arabia are commonly seen as sources of oil which just flow from the ground with little human effort or intervention. Saudi Arabia, in particular, exists in the popular imagination as a mythical realm of petroleum abundance, monolithic, undifferentiated, and fulfilling a certain destiny. The stock is $479.91, up 22 cents, 479 by 480, 1.67 million shares traded, 12 minutes to go. How could oil ever cease to flow from such a place? This chapter aims to dispel the view, this view of Saudi Arabia. And remember, it was written 20 years ago. Instead of a destined, monolithic, undifferentiated source of petroleum, Saudi Arabia's oil system comprises many discrete parts, overflows with complexity, and wobbles before the accidental vagaries of human error and geological processes. The first significant Middle East oil discovery was made in Iran in 1908. Imagine that, 1908, where small amounts of oil had been found in the 1880s. Fires fueled by oil seeps and gas bubbles at the surface in various parts of the Middle East had been noted for several millennia. The eternal fires burning when, I can't say his name, Nebuchadnezzar was king, as described in the Bible, were no doubt fueled by petroleum. The first oil discovery on the western side of the Persian Gulf, now called the Arabian Gulf, came in Bahrain in 1920. This small discovery attracted a team of seasoned executives, explorers from the Standard Oil Company of California. They too found only small amounts of commercial oil, but they glimpsed enough of the Arabian landscape across the strait to become interested. Fngr is 475 to 476, 1.68 million shares, 9 minutes to go. The first oil field of great size found on the Arabian Shield was Iraq's Kirkuk, discovered in 1927. In 2 years, it'll be 100 years old. Within 2,500 yards of the eternal fires of King Nebuchadnezzar's time. I don't know how to pronounce it. The Kirkuk discovery kicked off an aggressive search of oil throughout the Middle East. Kirkuk has remained one of the great supergiant oil fields in the Middle East for almost 5 decades, accounting for 50 to 70% of Iraq's oil production for most of the time. This was written 2 decades ago. Kirkuk's production will represent about 30 to 40% of Iraq's oil output. Still, although the field has been poorly maintained and is now 76 years old, it's now 96 years old. Sabotage damage after the Second Iraq War has now shut down most of Kirkuk's production. In the early 1930s and 40s, several of Iran's greatest oil fields were found, including Gach Saran in 1935 and Akha Jari in 1944. Production from both fields peaked in the early 1970s. Today, these once great fields only produce 10 to 15% of their peak rates. Do you think that's a reason why Iran is looking into nuclear power for their own consumption? Do you think it's possible? The discoveries in Iran, Bahrain, and Iraq made the Middle East a serious oil producer almost 30 years before exploration even began in Saudi Arabia. The first discussions about prospecting for oil in Saudi Arabia took place in 1923 when a New Zealander, Major Frank Holmes, visited King Abdulaziz and insisted that there had to be oil on the Arabian Peninsula. $4.60, $4.59 by $4.60, 1.72 million shares, 6 minutes to go. Major Holmes was an intriguing character. Born on a sheep farm in 1874, he came to the Middle East as a quartermaster in the British Army during its march on Jerusalem and Damascus in World War I. He heard occasional rumors of oil seepages in the Persian Gulf. And after the war, he went to find it. Holmes not only obtained the first oil concession in Saudi Arabia's eastern province, he also secured the concession in the area of Kuwait, where the supergiant Bergen oil field was ultimately found. He had the concession to find oil in Bahrain also. Fngr unfortunately just turned red, is down a penny, 456, 455 to 456, 173 millions, 5 minutes to go. Holmes not only obtained the first oil concession in Saudi Arabia's eastern province, he also secured the concession in the area of Kuwait, where the supergiant Bergen oil field was ultimately found. He had the concession to find oil in Bahrain also. Holmes continuously borrowed money from Abdulaziz, whose coffers were meager at best. Over time, Holmes faded from the oil scene. With a sounder financial base and a little luck, Frank Holmes might have emerged as one of the wealthiest people on earth. Today, few historians even remember his name. Holmes attained his Bahrain concession in 1925. It was quickly farmed out to Gulf Oil. But Gulf's geologists soon reported that the one promising oil formation in Iraq and Iran was absent in Bahrain. Gulf sold its Bahrainian oil option to Standard Oil, SoCal. SoCal sent, all right, 455.07, 455, 456, 3 minutes to go. SoCal sent Fred Davies, one of its best geologists, and William Taylor, a superintendent, to Bahrain. They identified the best sites to drill a well, but found little oil. Perhaps the lack of success in Bahrain made them more curious about the Arabian mainland. They were unsuccessful in their attempts to contact senior Saudi royals. Another intriguing character to emerge on Saudi Arabia's oil horizon was the British political agent Harry St. John Bridger Philby, who first arrived in Arabia in 1917. St. John Philby ultimately became best known in history as the father of Kim Philby, a high officer in the British Secret Service who became Stalin's principal English spy during World War II. Last trade 453.5, 453 to 454, 1.75 million shares traded, 2 minutes to go. Philby, that's the father, was sent to Arabia as a British envoy to try to keep Abdulaziz from attacking his enemy, Hussein Sharif of Mecca, and to ensure that Abdulaziz remained a British ally. Philby quickly established a warm and close friendship with Abdulaziz, which lasted 35 years. After Abdulaziz established Saudi Arabia, he convinced Philby to convert to the Muslim faith. Soon Philby was part of the king's privy council. By this time, Abdulaziz had become aware that several American companies were interested in testing the oil in his realm. He was growing desperate to find new sources of revenue to replace the declining fees collected from the dwindling numbers of pilgrims going to Mecca. Philby, all right, it closed at 4 o'clock. 454 down 3 cents, 453 to 479, and it's continuing downward 0.8%. No, 0.08% to 453.92. Let me just finish this paragraph and we'll look at that. Aziz was growing desperate to find new sources of revenue to replace the declining fees collected from the dwindling numbers of pilgrims going to Mecca. Philby told the king that Arabia was, quote, like a man sleeping atop buried treasure. And he suggested the king take steps to develop the mineral resources. The king responded that he would give a mineral or oil concession to anyone in return for 1 million British pounds. Philby arranged a meeting between the Arab king and Charles Crane, an American multimillionaire. When Crane finally visited Saudi Arabia and befriended the king. He suggested the best way to improve this desert kingdom would be to install flushing toilets. No, he said would be to find water. Crane offered to send one of his skilled mining engineers from Vermont, Carl S. Twitchell, to Saudi Arabia to find water in order to create a healthy agricultural base. Twitchell crisscrossed the entire Arabian Peninsula looking for water, mineral outcrops, and oil seeps. In the meantime, SoCal had two of its best geologists in Bahrain, where they befriended Twitchell. Together, the three Americans convinced King Abdulaziz to grant SoCal the authority to explore for oil in the region, in what's now the eastern province of the kingdom. All right, let's look at Fngr. Fngr is in the red at 453.99. It closed at 454. And now it's even at 454, 1.78 million shares. Let me show you these two charts. Here's Fngr, and let's see where 4 is on this chart. $453. All right, so 453 is right at the base of yesterday's run, obviously. Is that negative? Is it bearish? I don't think it's something to be wary of. It might be a sign that yesterday's high is all the stock has in it. I mean, that's an interpretation, and you have to be aware of that. On the other hand, I don't think it's fatal yet. So we have to keep our eyes open the next couple of days. I'd be inclined for new positions to wait till Monday. Now here is that 450 range. It's right on that green resistance line, which makes sense. It makes sense. It punctured through it, and then it pulls back and tests it. So it's a very logical bullish trend that the stock breaks through resistance, which is of long standing. That's at least 3 years. Breaking through, it comes back to test it to see if it's support. So there's a very bullish interpretation of what happened. G-Bucks is higher than last trade. Come to New York. Let them show you the town and great pizza. That sounds fun. Good thing I sold my calls and bought G-Bucks. Yes, Mike. One lesson is that calls are a wasting asset. Feels like my body strength as I get older. It's all wasting away. I got to figure that out. Dirty Red says 1.8 million volume low on day with all the good rumors. The volume is mostly fake. Tomorrow will be a day to watch. Yes, with the expiry on Friday. When Asia wakes up, the price movement might be spicy. Dirty Red has the runs. Oh no, he's got a run. got got to run. Well, thank you for being here. Thanks for the advice. I think it's good advice. I would love to go. I don't so much need a vacation as it'd be fun to go do something for a while. Create value. All right, Fngr is suddenly up 27 cents. In the aftermarket, Fngr is now popping up 27 cents at 481. So I showed you that chart. That's the resistance it went through and came back to test, and it's bouncing off that resistance line. So that's a good sign. And we'll see how it trades tomorrow. 481, up 27 cents. Not significant volume, but that's very interesting. Let me just see if that paragraph continues for just a small amount. If not, yeah, it could be that team zipper lips. It could be that rumor. I don't really want to go look at other stocks. I'm trying not to do that whilst Fngr is in the spotlight right now. I'm not saying you shouldn't look at other stocks, but I'm saying for purposes, this is something Ham's been working on for a long, long time. And it might be now, it might not be. We'll just try to pay attention to it. But I think it's a disservice to try to distract people with other stocks right now. I have a pretty strong feeling about some of the ones I've talked about before, but I'm not talking about them right now. All right, just to buy time while we see what happens right now in the trading, I'm going to read a little bit more about Saudi Arabia. Award of the first oil concession. Tense negotiations between the Saudis and the so-called team took place over a 3.5-month period during the first half of 1933. As the negotiations advanced, the global economic environment was rapidly unraveling. It must have taken some corporate courage for SoCal to maintain its pursuit of a risky exploration effort in such a remote part of the world. The United States had just gone off the gold standard. Roosevelt was closing most of the banks. Crude oil was selling for 10 cents a barrel. This was hardly the time to do an oil deal in Texas or Oklahoma, much less in a place as remote and unknown as Saudi Arabia. Despite these uncertainties, on May 29, 1933, 10 years after Frank Holmes first suggested that oil was to be found beneath the desert sands of the Arabian Peninsula, SoCal and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia signed an unremarkable oil concession. May 29th is Bob Hope's birthday. It's JFK's birthday. It was the only oil concession ever granted by the kingdom to an outside party, other than the Frank Holmes agreement, which was rescinded. SoCal committed to loaning Saudi Arabia the equivalent of sterling 50,000 pounds in gold, and agreed to pay £1 per ton for all oil which was produced, plus rentals of 25,000 pounds per year. The Saudi government was also to receive 50,000 pounds advance as soon as any oil was found. In less than a decade, it would be clear to SoCal that this ordinary but risky agreement had secured the rights to explore and produce a region of extraordinary petroleum potential. After Abdulaziz read the final draft, he turned to his finance minister Abdullah Suleiman. By the way, this guy was my friend's client, and I think I may have met him. I may have met him in Saudi Arabia. My friend at Morgan Stanley handles his son's accounts, my old office, and it's really interesting. He became the world's wealthiest retail client. It's funny to see his name here. I think it's the same guy. Anyway, the name is so similar, it has to be. And so Abdulaziz turned to his finance minister, Abdullah Suleiman, and said, quote, "Put your trust in God and sign." As it turned out, God was clearly looking out not just for Abdulaziz and his subjects. God also must have been looking out for all of the advanced nations of the world, as it would take only another 2 decades for these nations to develop a ravenous appetite and critical need for the oil that lay beneath the sands of the SoCal concession. This 1933 concession gave SoCal, this is Standard Oil of California, the exclusive rights to prospect and produce oil in the entire eastern province. Around 1970, the concession was reduced to a smaller area that is now known as the retained area. The original concession was subsequently extended a further 6 years to make up for the time all exploration efforts were shut down during World War II. SoCal also got preferential rights to match any other offers to look for oil beyond the narrow confines on the eastern end of the eastern province. The 1933 decision of Saudi Arabia and SoCal to sign this concession changed forever the nature of the kingdom that Abdulaziz founded. This planted the seed that grew to become the most important oil producer on earth. But oil success did not come overnight, and in fact may not have been expected at all. Some longtime observers of Saudi Arabia have maintained that the king would never have entered into this agreement had he really believed there was any oil. Others have argued, however, that Abdulaziz would have had to deal away the oil rights, even if he had known his oil rights were vast, simply to satisfy his great need for hard currency. All right, we'll leave it there. Because Fngr is trading, and I want to sign off at some point. Fngr is trading at 472.92, up 18.92, up 4%, 456 to 471, 1.78 million shares traded at 416. G-Bucks, as is its wont, doesn't trade after markets. Nixie closed flat, and there's other stocks, but I'm not going to distract. Let's just see if there's any shocking war or something. Doesn't seem like it. It seems like we're okay for another evening. There is a huge solar flare type thing coming to the United States. Okay, let me just look one more place. I don't know. Pick one. James Comey calls for the president's he says 86-47. Man, I'm not proud to have gone to the same school as that guy. All right, let's just see what everything says, and then I'm going to sign off. It's already 480 with a 30-cent spread. It's got a wide spread, like Senator Alan Craig. No, I don't think you're distracting. It's okay. It's normal. But what I'm trying to do the last few days, I haven't come on. And then when I come on, I'm trying to respect that Ham's been working a long time on Fngr, and let's give him the stage and give it room for focus. Doesn't mean it's, I'm not saying that it's, nobody knows what's going to happen. And if anything, I would watch very carefully tomorrow what happens in Fngr for clues. Personally, not that I have the money, but I would rather wait for Monday to establish new positions. This trading, as of right now, doesn't excite me, but we'll see what happens tomorrow. And we'll see what they try to do on Friday for the close of the calls. It could be really exciting. If there's truth to the rumors, you're going to see a lot of volume come in and a lot of price action. And not because I'm more of a professional than you are, but just been doing it longer, which just means I've failed more often than you have. I'd rather pay up with the certainty, with the strength, with the wind behind my back, than put up the sail in the doldrums. Check out those candles on Fngr. Yeah, I don't claim to be the best chartist, but it's certainly nice that it's trading up after hours. The volume isn't huge, but it doesn't have to be. It certainly indicates that they might have been trying to suppress the price, obviously, at the close, because that's the price used on the daily runs and the margin calculations, if those things still matter. Pre-market will be a big hint. There's no question about that. The pre-market will be an enormous hint. I agree with you. It'll be significant. Um, um, I'm going to look up how the Rome tournament is going. Oh, good. Casper Ruud lost in Rome. So that leaves Novak Djokovic just barely as the number 6 in the world. And it looks like Sinner, Alcaraz, Musetti, and who's the other one? Tommy Paul are left in the quarterfinals. But the only one that was a threat to Novak Djokovic going into the French Open was Ruud, and he didn't win. So it's good for my guy. Djokovic is going to play in a small tournament next week, and it'd be great if he got his 100th tournament. I would love it. Let's see if there's any news on Novak, the Jovac. Novak and Andy end their partnership. So who's playing? Jack Draper goes against Alcaraz. He could beat him. All right, let's see some other news if there is any. I'm trying to wait till 4:30 so we can get a stock price. Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett joins liberal justices. There's no such thing as a conservative woman. There is no such thing as a conservative woman. Bruce Springsteen has an epic meltdown about Donald Trump. What did he say? He called Trump corrupt, incompetent, and treasonous, an unfit president, and a rogue government. I always thought Bruce stood in for the working class. All right, how much time do we have left? 5 minutes. Let's just see what it's doing. 467 up 13 cents, 457 to 471, 1.78 million shares. Must be dating Crockett. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. All right, 4 more minutes, and then I'm going to extricate myself from this call. You can call me Al. Israel kills at least 115 in Gaza as Palestinians commemorate Nakba Day. Swell. Swell. Yeah. Swell. Swell. Richard Branson, why I won't leave all my money to my children. He stopped afternoon drinking. I don't know. I can't find out why he's not giving it to his children. If that rumor is true, what do you think will happen Monday? You don't have to give me anything. I'm not asking. I hope everybody makes a lot of money. If the rumor's true, I think you'll start to see it in the volume of the stock tomorrow. And you might see it in late night trading Sunday if there's such a thing, but certainly in the morning, Monday morning, if the rumor's true. I have a hard time with that rumor. I think it would be brilliant, and it's what companies have to do. CEOs have to start raising money at what they value their company at, rather than what the criminals price, because there's no price discovery anymore in American stock markets for small companies. There's no price discovery. So to ask a company to raise money at a destroyed price is unfair. So if it's true, it's a breakthrough. And it's a gigantically good story. It's amazing. But $7 to $10? Pharaoh, I would think if there's a raise at that level, there must be more to the story. There must be that raise in conjunction with a JV. For example, I think a partnership with SAIC and money, that would be gigantic. It would be gigantic. All right, it's 4:31. It's 4:31. I'm sure we'll see each other tomorrow. So I'm going to wish everybody peace, happiness, good health. And I I'll try not to belabor the point I started the call with. I'm sorry that I pissed off Cindy. I'm sorry I pissed off anybody, really. But there's times when I get worked up. But trading, I think we have to try to know our enemy. It's not any of these guys sometimes I get upset with. It's the short selling. It's the lawyers. It's the system. It's the regulators. And it's these guys from offshore. Even people like Jeff Easton and Kramer are just bird dogs for the toad and others like the toad. But anyway, we'll get through it. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Peace.